Welcome, everybody, and happy Valentine's weekend. I'm Love Coach Scott Katamas, and as a love coach, obviously it's a special weekend. And many months ago, when Deborah and I were putting together our calendar for the season, of course, we wanted to do something special about Valentine's weekend. And so I really want to, I'm so excited. I'm actually nervous because there's some really wonderful people that I get to introduce you to tonight. I've invited some of my very favorite musical performers, some of my very favorite teachers, and we're going to talk about the most important love of all, self-love. And you know what? Self-love is not selfish. The more that we can fill ourself, it's human nature that then we want to contribute to the well-being of others. That's human nature. And so it's going to be a beautiful night. We've got some really amazing people that we get to introduce you to. I want to welcome all of you that are in our Zoom room, and wow, we're at almost 200 and growing. But I also want to acknowledge that there are thousands of you watching on Facebook. And listen, all of you on Facebook, come join us in the Zoom room. It's really fun. And what's great about being in our Zoom room and registering is that where we have your email address. And every Monday, we can email you the replay of the most recent show, plus a link to where you can access all 42 previous shows. Yep, we've been doing this since the pandemic began. It started as a simple fundraising event, and it's grown and grown and grown to where now tens of thousands of people are watching us. And a lot of you are watching the replay. So I want to acknowledge that those of you watching this a week from now, a year from now, welcome. Everybody's welcome. But for those of you right now live on Facebook, hey, go to globalpeacetribe.com and register. It takes a minute and then boom, you're in our Zoom room. And it's easier for us to interact with you that way, ask questions. Tonight's one of those shows where there will be a chance to maybe ask some questions from these amazing teachers of love. So please do join us. I want to acknowledge too that we've got several generations of teachers of love, starting with my dear friend who I've known for a very long time, Margot and Anand, coming all the way from Bali. And so we've got Margot all the way to my teaching partner, Trish Wright, who's a young millennial genius. So anyway, you're going to get a chance to meet them and everybody in between. And I also really want to acknowledge Jay Mayer, our executive producer. He's created a lot of the videos you're going to see tonight. So we'll see Jay a little bit later. But thank you, Jay. And to kind of tell us a little bit more about tonight and to introduce our guests, here is the most amazing producing partner I could ever ask for, my co-host, Deborah Giusti.
Thank you, Scott, and welcome everyone to what is now our 45th show that we have produced every Saturday night since the lockdown, April 2020, during these highly challenging but very evolutionary times. And we're almost midway through our winter season, January, March, and with your support, we're now working on season 5, Time to Thrive, April through June 2021. And again, we thank you so much for your donations and for your GoFundMe support, because that's what really allows us to bring you these quality shows every single Saturday night. And again, as Scott said, this is going to be a very special show. Our theme is the greatest love of all, self-love. And Valentine's Day weekend is a time that love is on most people's minds. And for those in romantic relationships, it's a time to demonstrate that love. But we acknowledge that this has been a very different and difficult year. And we understand that because of the lockdown, many people may not be in romantic love relationship. The opportunities to connect with everyone has really been limited. So we want to honor the core love that is self-love. And this is taught in all the spiritual practices. When you allow that self-love into you, that healing vibration, spirit, and all its full force, that will magnetize you to be a beam of love and really have love fulfilled in all levels of your life in whatever you want to create. So that's what we're here to do tonight. And we have brought together amazing teachers and relationship experts, everyone from Margot and Anand, Andrew Harvey, and other people of the new generation. And I'd like to share with you about them now. I would like to invite and honor Margot Anand. She is the leading world authority on Tantra, internationally acclaimed public speaker, teacher, seminar leader, whose best-selling book was the Bible of the Tantra movement, The Art of Sexual Ecstasy. Welcome, Margot, to be with us today. And we are going to feature Andrew Harvey, who is an internationally acclaimed writer, poet, translator, and mystical teacher. And we're honored to have KamalaDevi McClure and Michael McClure, Sacred Partnerships. Kamala is a mystic muse, mentor, author of 7 books, and Michael is a tantric shaman, professional environmentalist, actor, and he's even a professional stand-up comedian. We're lucky to have with us tonight Dr. Brenda Wade. She's a sought-after keynote speaker, trainer, and she's a best-selling author of 4 books on love. We have Sonia Sophia, who's a revolutionary leader in the field of emotional freedom techniques. And we have Paul Sterling, who's an international public speaker on love, relationships, and the best-selling author of Argue Less, Love More. We will also have Trish Wright. She is a heart-centered lover of life, co-host of the Self-Love Show, and she's a certified love and sex coach. Along with her partner, Dawn Light Amora, she's a devoted and driven wife and mother, co-host also of the Self-Love Show, and a spiritual psychology coach. And we're really happy to have back again Joanna Onehart, one of our favorite musicians. She is a multi-genre recording artist, and her inspiring songs and chants tap deep into the collective soul. And we have an amazing demonstration of love in music, Eostar and Matthias. Their music is a journey into the heart on the wings of transcendental guitar, song, and original devotional poetry, mantra, and medicine songs. And again, another one of our favorite musicians, Sister Stone. She's a hip hop and soul artist, earth-rooted leadership guide who performs transformational music. And we always like to spice it up with some magic or other forms of entertainment. And we're going to have back again Paul Draper. He's a very magical magician who's been on the History Channel, A&E, HBO, Hallmark, Travel Channel, and has performed all over the world. We're happy to have him back. And our GoFundMe today is going to be for our new season. Yes, we got some of your support last week, and we'd love to have more of your support to really launch season 5, Time to Thrive. And so we're going to be posting the GoFundMe link in the chat room. We love all your green love. We take that and we really put it into creating an excellent season, and we're going to share more about that later, of what we're cooking on and how you can help us make the decisions of what we're going to share with you for this next season. And that's about it. Scott, would you like to go forward and introduce our next musical act?
Absolutely. Thank you, Deborah. I get so excited, like as each person, it's like each one of these people I have such love and respect for. So I feel really, really giddy. This is my Valentine's. What a great Valentine's Day. What a great Valentine's night. Really, really beautiful. Well, I'm really happy to put the spotlight on Sister Stone. And I've had the good fortune to work with her a few times now. Whoops, and I just froze, I noticed. There she is. I think this is her 3rd time on the show. And I also recently had the opportunity to work with her. We did a very special show on Across the Aisle about bringing different political parties into understanding each other. And she contributed quite a bit to that as well. And what I love about Sister Stone, and I've talked personally, is that she really sings from the heart. And her songs help us to really, they're very ritualistic, and yet in very contemporary musical ways. So she's a hip hop and soul artist, but she's also very committed to the earth. Sister Stone has lived with indigenous people in South America, Central America, and North America. And so she combines her actual living experience with indigenous cultures into her consciousness, and of course, ultimately into her music. So even though she is certainly probably the youngest person on our panel here, she has a deep ancient wisdom that shows up in her music and in who she is as a being. So thank you very much, Sister Stone, for being with us. She's also coming to us from Tezcatlan, Mexico, and I am noticing that her internet is a little bit frozen right now.
So I'm here in Mexico. So hello, can you all hear me? Okay.
We can hear you. Your picture is pretty not great. Your picture's freezing up.
Well, hello everyone. This may not work. I'm in Mexico and my connection here can be rather spotty, and I want to just extend and give a shot to share a song with you all. And so here we go. Is it working okay?
It's right on the edge of not working okay, to be honest. What I would suggest is try turning off your camera so that we just hear the audio music. And I'm going to ask our panelists to move and groove to the music. So we'll see our panelists dancing to the music while hopefully having good enough audio.
Okay, let's try. Let's go. Yeah.
Shayna, it's not happening. And you know what? We did a sound check an hour and a half ago, and it was
all right. Let's. Yeah, I'm very upset. I'm sad, and I apologize for all of you out there. I wanted to offer this medicine to you, and perhaps later on in my second song, it'll work better.
You know, it's funny. It's like now that you're talking, it seems like it's a little bit better, but I think, well, you know what? Let's give it one more try because it was struggling and now it's a little bit better. Let's give it a try.
All right.
Toes covered in sparkled sand, waves coming, crash into me. I feel the waters coming in, opening. I feel my femininity. I fall into sensual beauty. Sun on my lips, clenching the sand, moving with the tide, goes my hand. My body is sacred, and so is this land. Give it all to our Mother Earth. Love yourself if you know your worth. Come on, My body is sacred, and so is this land. Give it all to our Mother Earth. Love yourself if you know your worth. Come on, connected, feels so electric in between me and you. Sky so blue and we become one, me and the sun. I become the air, all the time to spare. Feel the body pulsing, earth is convulsing. Or is that me? Let the mind go, natural flow, sensual liberation, earth vibration. I was trying to leave but I'm on a staycation, loving up myself, full of love up on this earth. My home and heart is this earth, and in this moment I put my first. My body is sacred, and so is this land. Give it all to a Mother Earth.
Love yourself if you know your worth. Come on. Holy body, holy water. I am holy, and I am of the earth. Holy body, holy hands, touch so sweet the way I care for her, the way I care for her. My body is sacred, and so is this. One mother, yourself if you know. My body is sacred, and so is this land. Give it all to a mother earth. Love yourself if you know your worth. Come on. Breathing in the desert scape, curves blending with the shapes. I feel spirit coming in, opening. Body spread out on this boulder, not a human in my sight. Search for my root, clenching the sand, moving with the tide, goes my hand. My body is sacred, and so is this land. Give it all to a mother. Love yourself, you know your mom. My body is sacred, and so is this land. Give it all to a mother earth. Love yourself if you know your. All right. I don't know.
You know what?
Did that come through?
Yeah, enough to where we got the beautiful words, the beautiful lyrics, the amazing energy that you provided. It was a little shaky, a little bumpy, but everybody was like pulling and hearing it, and we got enough of it. We definitely got enough of it. And I definitely want to encourage people that to get more Sister Stone, you can find her on Facebook under Sister Stone or Sister Stone Music on Instagram. And you've got a brand new recording that you just released, yeah?
Do. Yeah, so I'm actually going to share that song later. Fingers crossed it all works. But yeah, I just released a new single, and it's all about transforming pain into strength, love, and wisdom. That's on Spotify and all platforms.
Okay. Well, we'll pray to the internet gods that it gets a little bit better in time for your second song. Thank you so much. You know, what a reminder that we are all coming from our homes. We're all dependent on digital and internet, and that's part of the magic of this show. And I really appreciate all of our panelists moving and grooving to the music. And I could see everybody just kind of pulling on it. And thank you for all of our people listening at home pulling as well. So, all right. Deborah, tell us about our first presenter.
Great. Yes, we're very happy to have Sonia Sophia. She is a revolutionary leader in the field of emotional freedom technique, and she's had 30 years of experience in healing arts. She's done EFT with thousands of people all over the world, and she's been featured in 2 motion pictures, Them Women Healing the World and The Goddess Project. So Sonia, welcome so much to Saturday Night Alive, and please share your wisdom about all your healing practices and the value of self-love and love.
Thank you, Deborah, so much. And thank you, Scott. Big, huge love for you two to hold this down and anchor love on the planet in such a substantial way. This is no small thing that you're producing. So I have so much love and respect for all of y'all for bringing us together and helping us reach more people, and also giving us something fun to do on a Saturday night to keep us uplifted. My expertise is in the field of EFT, emotional freedom techniques. So it's a way to get that self-love inside you. We talk a lot about how much it's needed, and we see why it's so important, but there's sometimes a gap about, well, how do I do it now that I know that it's important? So what I want to do is teach you a really quick, easy, hands-on technique, asking everyone who's witnessing this to participate. And in just a few minutes, we're going to update the nervous system, meaning we're going to swap out old information, some old corrupt data in the files of our memory banks, in the files of our DNA, in the files of our past experiences. We're going to pull them forward by Googling within for where we are blocked to loving ourselves. We're going to find one little aspect. We're going to focus our attention there. And then I'm going to show you how to stimulate the meridian lines so that you can bring electricity through the electrical wiring of the body. And we're going to have a somatic process, meaning the body is going to actually release this old stuck energy and emotion. And it may come out in laughing, crying, burping, shivers, sudden realizations, waves of sensation through the body. Because there's no workaround for doing the work. There's just a work through. So you can work through slowly or you can work through quickly. And EFT is a way to move more quickly through the stuff that clogs us up. So I'll give you all a chance to do longer versions of this, but mostly I want to spend my time giving you an actual experience. So I'm going to tap on me, you tap on you. And I want everyone here to just ask yourself, what is one way that I am not loving myself, that I'm blocked, I don't do it? Maybe it's exercise, maybe it's meditation, maybe it's making love to your body, maybe it's hydration, maybe there's one thing, it could be downtime, going to bed earlier, getting up earlier. One way that you know that if you just tweaked it a little bit, your self-care and your love and your self-respect would grow for yourself. Now ask yourself, on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being the most extreme and 1 being the least, how intense is this issue for you if you were to be honest with yourself? And that's your starting point. So you know that, say for example, I'm not going to bed early enough, so I'm tired, and this is a level 7 issue. It's been ongoing, okay? So I just want you to see where you're at now, and we're going to spend about 5 minutes doing this little practice. Okay, so following along with me, I'll show you on my body, you do it on yours. Find your collarbones, drop down to the front of your chest, give it a little massage, big deep breath. And repeat after me, even though I have this issue with, and then say your issue. I'm open to loving and accepting myself. Tap the eyebrows. This issue, say it out loud. What is your issue? For example, not getting to bed on time. Tapping the temples. How do you really feel about this? Do you feel angry at yourself? Do you feel guilty? Do you feel ashamed? Maybe you feel embarrassed. Maybe you feel disappointed. Tap the cheeks. I feel, and then say how you feel towards yourself in this area. Big deep breath, tapping under the nose. Big exhalation. Tapping under the lips. Part of me is blocked. Tapping the chest. I've been blocked for how long? Tapping the front of the ribs, bottom of the rib cage. It started when did this start for you? Blurt it out. Tapping the side of the ribs. I'm open to loving and accepting myself, even if I've been doing this for this long. Tap the inside of the wrist. And part of me wants to blame who? Who do you think is responsible for this? Is it yourself? Is it a former partner? Is it your parents? Big sigh. Tap the side of the thumb. I'm open to releasing this pattern that started from where? Where do you think it really started? Was it someone in your family who modeled this to you? Big sigh, tapping the index finger. I forgive myself for having to learn about self-love this way. And just forgive yourself for being where you're at on the journey, right? Big deep breath, tapping the middle finger. Tapping the bottom of the fourth finger. Now tuning into this blockage one more time. Ask yourself, how intense is this issue now? Tap the little finger. I accept this issue at the level that it is. Big deep breath, tapping the side of your hand. And just accept for now, wherever the intensity is, maybe it's shifted, maybe it's intensified, maybe it's decreased. Tapping the top of the head. I give myself permission to have this the rest of my life, if that's what I need to do. And just give yourself permission to take it to the grave. That may seem strange, but watch what happens when you actually tell yourself, okay, take it to the grave. Tap the eyebrows, big deep breath. Tapping the temples. Now tune into the intensity around this issue one more time. Tap the cheeks. Okay. I wish I had more time to tap with you because that's the smallest little taste I could give you. But I want you to check in. Did you feel, put it in the chat, did you feel energy in this changing in just 2 or 3 minutes of tapping? If it increased, it means you were touching a nerve and a few more minutes of tapping is really going to release you. If it decreased, you notice that this is actually a tool that can work for you. So I wish I had a full hour to tap with you, and actually I do. And I want to hip you to something I do every Monday night called World Tapping Circle, so that you can jump in and do that for free. I want to give you all a free month of tapping, because right now we need as much love in our nervous systems as we can. So thank you, Scott, for sharing this link. It's worldtappingcircle.com/free month. So anyone who types that link in can actually tap with me unlimited for 1 month. So get in, move what you can, and open up that flow of love. The more of us that open up our love, the more loving our world becomes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You know, one of the things that's really, really fun is that a lot of us are getting to know each other and kind of connecting. And, you know, we're doing our different online shows. And Sonia Sophia was a guest on Trish and Dawn's self-love show. And this has really been like self-love week. So I want to encourage everybody to watch the self-love show. We'll talk about that later on, how you can watch it, or maybe we can pop it in, Trish or Dawn, pop it right now in the chat box. And go back and watch last week's show with Sonia Sophia, where she has a more extensive tapping. And one more time, I do want to give everybody that link, because it's very generous of you, Sonia Sophia, to give us a free month of tapping. So again, the URL is worldtappingcircle.com/free month. And thank you very, very much. This is the second time we've had you on our show, and I certainly hope that you'll come back. And we're beginning to expand out into doing workshops and things with some of our favorite speakers, so maybe we can do that with you sometime soon.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Deborah. And wow, what an honor to be here with you, Margot. You changed my life, and I love you so much. Thank you.
I'll put the spotlight on Margot there for a moment. And there's again another example of how many of us have learned from Margot. Margot's been such an incredible teacher to so many of us. But we're going to hear from Margot in a few minutes. But before we hear from Margot, I get to introduce 2 people that I have tremendous respect for. When we were first designing this show, it was like, okay, if I can get Margot, that would be really awesome. And I really want to see if I can have KamalaDevi and Michael join us. Gosh, what to say? I've had the opportunity to be friends with KamalaDevi and Michael, and also to work with them on many different levels. Working with them when they had a television show on Showtime, working with them in different capacities. I've been to their home, and I've watched them grow as a family. Their son is 14, and he's like this little guy running around when I first met you. In fact, when you told me today he was 14, it was like my jaw dropped. It's like, God, if he's 14, I must be like 65. Oh my God. Anyway, KamalaDevi and Michael are pretty amazing. And you know, when we're talking about love, and I'm going to go a little bit into who they are professionally. but I want to personally just really acknowledge that they have a really healthy relationship. And I've known them enough personally to know, the challenges that all relationships go through. They've got an amazing son who's turned out to be an amazing young man. And they have a beautiful love, and their love affair keeps growing. And guess what? Today is their anniversary. It's their anniversary of when they first met 19 years ago. So it's pretty cool that you're spending part of your anniversary with us. Let me briefly mention professionally, KamalaDevi is a mystic, muse, and mentor. And they are pansexual, genderqueer art activist, and she's authored 7 books, and they're amazing books. We'll talk a little bit about them after the presentation. KamalaDevi and Michael have both been the stars of Showtime's reality TV series, Polyamory, Married, and Dating. They're the stars of both seasons of that show. And they've been on a lot of the other top shows, teaching Tantra, sacred sexuality, and temple arts all around the world. Michael is a tantric shaman, a professional environmentalist, a green developer, an actor, and even a professional stand-up comedian who has made the world's largest water rocket. So they have a pretty diverse series of things that they share in the world. And it's just great to have you both on our show tonight. Welcome.
Such a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I want to acknowledge Scott too, not just for putting this beautiful presentation and this show together, but for the work that you've done with us over time. We've gone through some very difficult times, and the way I feel it is that you're, as a love coach, it's always been this through line of love. That love has always been there, even when it's gotten so hard for us when we were, close to divorce and, struggling with polyamory and all of the issues that we all struggle with. But I want to thank you, from the bottom of my heart, just for that, keeping that through line of love and just, making it, possible for me to feel that that's there even when everything else seems to be falling apart. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I didn't know you to share that, but that really means a lot to me.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and so since this evening we're, I guess, the vortex is spinning around this theme of self-love, I want to, just presence, what is love? Because I think that's something that's been almost commercialized and co-opted and then corrupted by different ideas of love, or almost pseudo love is masquerading around the mainstream. And when Michael talks about us being at the brink of divorce and all the challenges that we had, I would say the first 10 years of our marriage, we were in a type of a pseudo love. And I want to mention that transformation, the real leap that happened, and it happened after our reality show, just because at the time we've always been teaching love for the last 20 years, but it's that thing of like, how can we teach this thing that we can't even explain or understand, or it's like pointing at the moon to talk about love because you can't put it into words. So I just wanted to presence that our transformation happened after our breakdown, when we got to a soul love, not the personality pseudo love that is what we typically see. Like, all you have to do is watch, TV or any romantic rom-com, and there's a lot of like transactional, I'll love you because of this or that. Conditional love is what gets modeled. And so the quantum leap is really this place of how do we love in any and all circumstances.
Yeah. For me, I've known that one of my great love languages is like having these amazing peak experiences with a lover. And I had a time we were in Europe teaching, and my son was in Italy. And so I went down to Milan and I rented a sports car, and he and I drove up to the Matterhorn. And we had a weekend, like a romantic weekend together. And it just filled me so much with love. And then, so afterwards, I was thinking about it, and I thought, you know, I felt so much love in that circumstance, and it really didn't have to do with my lover. You know, this was my son, but it could have been anybody, and it could have been myself. You know, just having that love, and just, you know, really feeling what it is, and really experiencing that, you know, that love language with myself is really what was happening. It didn't have anything to do with, you know, with KamalaDevi or with, you know, with my other lovers. And
I think the mother love or the children love is parental love is the closest that humans can come to an unconditional love, you know, and then the conditions often start to pile up when you're in relations. It's like, oh, okay, all of a sudden you have a mirror in front of you, someone upon whom you will project everything that is not love or everything that is unhealed. And so I want to point out, in terms of a practice, whether you're in partnership or not, that there's kind of a dark love or a shadow love work that you can do, which is, you know, what are the judgments that I have on my partner? What are the things that even ex-lovers, you can go, oh, I hated this about them. Well, that, whatever judgment I have on this man is a projection of what I consider unacceptable in myself. You know, so a lot of our work now is shadow work. If we're ever in the illusion that we're not happy with each other, it is an illusion. It means we're not happy with ourselves.
yeah, and just staying in a beautiful state despite circumstances, that's been sort of my theme for the past several years. And you know, that's realizing that, you know, even if KamalaDevi is, you know, being terrible or mean to me or angry or whatever, you know, I can, you know, break down, or I can stay in a beautiful state. And when I was able to start doing that, it started, you know, like spiraling up basically, where, you know, I realized that my happiness wasn't dependent on her, and my love wasn't dependent on her or anybody else.
And then he becomes irresistibly attractive because
Right.
you know, so it's so gorgeous to see someone fulfilled. And this is true if you're single as well. It's like you can be bummed out and lonely and frustrated, or you can be like, okay, I'm going to stay in love whether or not I have another partner. I'm going to be the beloved. And then all of a sudden, because you're being the beloved, the phone starts ringing, or you know, you start meeting people, or they come to you. And it's really not about, ooh, I'm going to raise my vibration just so that I can attract things. It's like, I'm going to raise my vibration because that's who I am. Like at our core, we are love. You know, that's the essence. That's the amazing gift of being an incarnated human, is that we are love at our essence. And then there's all the personality layers that are there to kind of play hide and seek or peekaboo with the universe, because we keep forgetting. We have to keep remembering.
Yeah. And that even the definition of love, that we can love anything, you know, even the shamanic love where we're loving nature, or loving, you know, I love our cat Kabuki. Mm-hmm. And I realize when I jog down at the beach and I see the seagulls, I love them too. You know, I can feel this. We can love music. I can love music. You know, I can love a song, and it's love. It's real love. It's almost like everything is love.
Yeah. I'm not sure where we are time-wise, but I did want to say that it's a reflection of, like, when we see love outside the cat or the kid, right? It's like a reminder of the transcendent. And by that, I mean, the small love is, I'm loving something because of how it's doing, what it's doing for me, because the needs that are getting met, right? That's the personality love. And then when we see like the seagulls and we're like, oh, wow, the seagulls aren't doing anything for me. They're just being, a cat's just being. It reminds me of the essence. Oh, love is a state of being. And that's, you know, at the ground of who we all are, truly are.
Yeah. Yeah, self-love isn't so much like loving ourselves. It's actually just feeling love, like using ourselves as that channel of love. Like
being the love.
Yeah,
being
or
a channel to be used by the universe.
Yeah, and experiencing that love is self-love. Like the things that we have pleasure, that we take pleasure in, and being in that pleasure, like Margot Anand talks about in her book. But just, really experiencing that is self-love, just being in love.
Yeah, and the final thing I think as we're concluding that I want to share for those of you who are audacious enough to be in alternative relationships, not the narrative, that part of what whether you're monogamous or any other kind of love is bigger than any two people. Like love is big. It belongs to the universe. It doesn't belong to me and Michael. It doesn't belong to you as a self-loving person. It's like it connects us to all that is.
I could just listen to you guys for hours, and I so appreciate the wisdom you share and the way you embody it. You both really embody it, and there's so many wonderful things that you've shared. And I want to acknowledge what's going on in the chat box. A lot of really beautiful comments, and throughout the night, everybody, what are your thoughts about love? What are your experiences? So we really appreciate. We've got well over 300 people in our Zoom room, and those of you watching on Facebook, you can put thoughts in the comments there too. We've got a lot of people on Unify, so we want to hear from all of you. And obviously, one of the things that's so hard about this show is only 8 minutes, only 10 minutes. It's like there's so much more. So guess what? KamalaDevi has written 7 books. I'm really familiar with a few of them, 52 Fridays, about her and a dear beloved friend of all of ours. But she's got a lot of diverse books that she's written. So tell us, KamalaDevi, a little bit about your books, and then a little bit about the new course that you're teaching.
So what I'll say first of all is that my website there will take you to a free gift. So if you sign up for my newsletter, you can get a chapter of the book, and specifically right now I'm on tour for sex shamans. And so I'd love to offer you a free chapter and lots of videos and lots of other teachings. So check that out. But really what's juicing me up as I've been on tour, right, with my new book, Sex Shamans and 52 Fridays, is that I'm coming across this huge groundswell of people needing support in sex and relationship and, activating their Kundalini. And there are not enough teachers and healers and leaders to actually support the need that's in the world right now. So I'm running a year-long mentorship called the Love Leadership. And I would love if you are, in a service profession and you resonate with me and my style, then I'd love to have a conversation with you.
Great. And I have pulled up her website. Just want to again give it to everybody. It's her name, KamalaDevi.com. So go to www.KamalaDevi.com. I love that photo of you. It reminds me of when we did the Eco-Sensuality Day together in Maui.
Yeah.
And there you are that's a very lucky tree. I just got to say.
No greater love than
that's
Mother, Father, Earth.
That's a beautiful photo. And of course, you can find all of her books there. And again, you can stay connected with her. So, go and sign up, give her your email address. She's up to always wonderful, wonderful things. And it's just great to see both of you. Thank you for being on the show.
Thank you, Scott.
Love you, Scott.
Me too. Wow. What a beautiful Valentine's night. I hope we're all having. And do write to us. Let us know what comes up for you as you hear all these wonderful speakers. We've got Margot Anand coming up and other speakers and more music. But right now I'm going to bring my partner Deborah on because we've been working this week on everything else. We've started working on season 5, Time to Thrive. That's April, May, and June's programs. And so, and it's over to Deborah for a moment to chat about it, and then I'll come back.
Yes. When Scott and I started almost a year ago now, we had no idea that this would blossom and explode to what it is. And because of your support, and especially your support with the GoFundMe last week, and hopefully this week again, we are going forward strong and doing this new season. And we feel like spring is really a time where we're going to open up and own that thriving again that we know we can. So we've got some great topics that we're thinking of, and some of them we may have or may not. So you can even fill out our survey, and I'm going to put that in the chat room, and help us decide on which ones you really want to see. So we're going to share with you our process now and some of the shows we're thinking about doing for the season 5 Time to Thrive. So Scott, would you like to share some of the shows that you feel really compassionate about doing?
Yeah, sure. Well, one of the things that I've been very touched by in my life, I've done a lot of television work on near-death experiences. And of course, as most of you know, my wife died. I work a lot now with people who are dying. It's kind of like somebody finds out they've got terminal cancer and their wife or they call Scott. So I've been involved with a lot of death. I walked my mother and my father and my wife through their death. So we're going to do a show about death and dying in near-death experiences. And that's something that I'm really touches my heart. And there's some amazing speakers that I know that we're going to bring on. We're going to do another show on addiction and recovery. You know, we all have certain things that we have addictions to. It might be Haagen-Dazs ice cream at the end of the day, or it might be something that might have more serious consequences. But learning how to deal with our compulsions, our addictions, how to deal with recovery, or how to work with friends and family that have those issues. So that's going to be a very important topic. Of course, we just had last week Mark Sims and Whitley Strieber and the Spirit, you know, talking to our friends on the other side. And that was a huge success. So we're going to do another show on Star Family communication, I should say. Also, our dear friend Lori Grace is going to come on board as collaborator, and we're going to do an entire show on brain fitness. All the ways that we can be operating at our absolute peak. And Lori has taught me so much about that. And she's got some amazing people she's going to bring on board. We're also going to be kicking off our new season. It'll be our anniversary of 1 year. And we're going to show segments of our best Saturday Night Alive moments, speakers, musical performances. And so it'll be really fun for Deborah and I and some special guests to look back on our first year together. And then the last show that I'm going to introduce to you that I'm excited about is All Lives Matter. You know, last summer when George Floyd was murdered, I did 6 shows on Black Lives Matter. One of them was Saturday Night Live. Several were with Trish on our Straight Talk show. And so a lot of the people that we've worked with, we're bringing back. And it's not because somebody's gotten murdered. It's not because it's Martin Luther King's birthday. It's because we need to continue to keep raising our consciousness that all lives matter, and to be in the very much awareness of the ongoing fight for social justice, racial justice, social equity. So that's a really important show. That'll be May 1st. And we've got some beautiful people lined up to join us for that. So those are the shows that I'm kind of going to be focused on. And Deborah, what are some of the shows we talked about last week that you're going to be focused on?
And actually, we have a whole team that's going to be focused on this. And I want to honor Jay Mayer and Jan Kaplan, who's a strong part of our team. And we're looking at bringing back some of the shows that they have made very successful. One is Angels and Miracles. Another show that we've done several times now is Optimizing Health. And a very, very popular show that we just did a couple weeks ago is Indigenous Wisdom. So we'll be looking at bringing those shows back again. And April 17th, we're definitely going to celebrate Earth Day and the new ecology. And it will be honoring some of the people that have been the spearheads of the Earth Day movement from the very beginning, and also the millennials that are really carrying it forward and really creating the eco villages now that we are all have the opportunities to live in. Another show I spearhead is the Divine Feminine. That's really popular. But for this season, we are going to combine Divine Feminine and Divine Masculine. So that's really the sacred partnership that is really what we're meant to do at this point. So that's going to be very special. And another topic we have is manifesting the new economy. Things are really shaking up in our economic world, and what is possible for us, and how do we still become prosperous and move forward with all the different possibilities of the economy now. On June 19th, we're definitely going to celebrate summer solstice. We always take the equinox and solstice portals and do some high magic of manifesting forward. And on June 26th, we are going to be featuring the Mystic Monastery in Jerry Anderson with a very special show, Spirituality and Personal Transformation. And there's some wiggle room in there still. Some of them we may not have, or some of them we have. So we'd love for you to fill out our survey and tell us about what you like about the show, what you don't, and what topics you'd like to see, because that will help us make our decisions in the next couple of weeks, because we will launch this at the beginning of March. So, and we'd love your donations to really make this happen. We broadcast this free to you. We appreciate your donations as you sign up for the Zoom room. And donations tonight to our GoFundMe will help really spearhead landing 13 new shows that we're going to do for what we're calling Season 5, Time to Thrive. So I'm going to put the GoFundMe in the chat room and on the Facebook pages. Also, I'll put up the link for the winter season if you still want to sign up for that. I'm also going to put up a link for Pay It Forward. If you know some people that should be watching this show to get inspired and really open up their world, pay it forward and sign up for it as a subscription for them for the winter season and have that be a gift. So I'm going to put all that in the chat room and our Facebook groups. And again, thank you so much for all your gifting, your green love, and we're definitely taking it and giving it back to you.
Who's next, Deborah?
We are going to have some music again, and these are some of our favorite performers again. And what's so special about this is they are a couple, so their music comes through with love to all they have. Incredible musicians. They create a journey of heart on the wings of transcendental guitar, original devotional poetry, mantras, and medicine songs. And I'm talking about Eostar and Matthias. And they're part of our community. We've been listening to them for many years. They've been on the show several times, and we're so happy to have them back on this show of love. Welcome, Eostar and Matthias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's so special to be here on the Valentine Day Eve. And you know, we put on the right colors here too, just to really honor the occasion and the moment in time where a lot of humans are thinking about love. That could be self-love or romantic love, but
this song is a little bit about divine love as well.
Divine love that comes through in the form of golden light of love, something we can just breathe in anytime, any moment, anywhere in the world. And then in that moment, as we fill up with love, we become a vibrational match to love on the outside. So that's why we include mantra, Sanskrit mantra, into this song that talks about may all beings be happy, may all beings be fulfilled, and in that way they become a vibrational mirror to the self-love that we feel and the light that we have filled ourselves with. So here it comes.
Golden light of love.
Golden light of love, anoint me, heal me with your loving touch. Golden light of love, anoint me, heal me with your loving touch. Sarve bhavatu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, makashitu kabal bhavi. May all beings be happy, may all be free from disability, may all look to the good of others, may no one suffer sorrow. Golden light of love, anoint me, heal me with your loving touch. Golden light of love, anoint me, heal me with your loving touch. בראשית קבל באוויר. May all beings be happy. May all be free from disability. May all look to the good of others. May no one suffer sorrow. Golden light of love, golden light of love, golden light of love, golden light of love, golden
I just love you two so much. I have tears when I listen to your music. It's so beautiful, so incredibly beautiful. And I think you two were actually on our very first show. I'm pretty sure you were on the very first one we did. And it's just great to have you back again. And they're going to come back and do another song for us. But I do want to let people know how you can find out more about them. You can find them on Facebook. When you go to Facebook, just go to the search little search bar and put in Web of One, or you can go to the website. And next time they play, it will show the website, but I'll read it to you right now. It's eostarandmatthias.com. Their names, Eostar, EOSTARA, and Matthias, MATHIAS.com. And they're very generously offering a free download of their studio album there. So, and sometimes periodically you bless us with house concerts. There have been a couple times that you've done shows late in the evening that I've enjoyed watching.
I know, I remember those old days there. God, it seems like a while ago now, doing some house concerts you play, Scott.
Yep, here I am. Anyway, thank you both. And we'll come back to you in a little bit because it's now time to introduce Margot and Anand. And that's obviously a pretty special moment. So I'm putting the spotlight on you, Margot. And I want to welcome all the way from Bali, a longtime friend of mine. She was also very close with my wife, Suchi, and Margot had had a lot of experiences together. And we're blessed. Margot's coming to us from Bali and blessing us with her presence. Of course, most of you know Margot, but for anyone who doesn't, she is, without doubt, the world's leading authority on Tantra, sacred sexuality. She's an internationally acclaimed author, public speaker, teacher, seminar leader, and her best-selling books, The Art of Sexual Ecstasy, The Art of Sexual Magic, The Art of Everyday Ecstasy, The Art of Orgasm, The Sexual Ecstasy Workbook. They've all sold millions of copies worldwide. Throughout these decades, Margot has developed and taught the love and ecstasy training, a method of healing and enhancing sexuality to its ultimate potential. Again, that word, ecstasy. She's the founder of 9 worldwide sky dancing Tantra institutes. And we're going to hear a little bit about that after her presentation. We're going to talk a little bit about sky dancing and give you where you can learn more about it. I'm going to come on just briefly with you, Margot, to say that I am so grateful that this book changed my life. It was absolutely the Bible of relationship and sexuality for my wife, Suchi, and I. But she also has a wonderful new book, Love, Sex, and Awakening, which I've really been enjoying. So as an author, thank you. And as an incredible teacher that I've had the good fortune to help make a movie with you, a video series with you, attended so many of your workshops over the years. And now here we are doing it digital. We are online. So Margot, I'm putting the full spotlight on you. What are some of your thoughts about self-love?
Well, first listening to you, it starts there. You're such a loving host, and you light up my heart. So,
Oh, thank you,
thank you.
Margot.
Yes. Yeah. What do I want to say? Well, I want to say that I have a little story that illustrates this very well. When I divorced from my husband, I came to Osho, who is a mystic living in Pune, India, and I was heartbroken. So I told Osho, please, Osho, heal me of my broken heart. So after doing various energy exchanges, Osho told me to go and join a Vipassana group, which was 10 days of meditation. So I thought, oh, I'm an experienced meditator. I came in there with my ego thinking I was going to be in peace and no more divorce woes. Not at all. I experienced all sorts of mental turmoil, which I describe in my book in a very funny way. And mostly it was about revenge, seeing my ex-husband, having problems with the cops and getting fines in the street and getting karate judo people breaking his bones. And, that was my time in Vipassana. So finally I wrote to Osho and I said, listen, Osho, please help. I didn't come here to sit on the pillow to kill people. And so the next day, peace in the house. No problem, no more projections. It was wonderful. And in the end of this 10 days of meditation, I got a wonderful aha moment. And the moment taught me this, which I think is very appropriate to our self-love seminar. It taught me that as a woman, I'm first and foremost a human being who is free, whether she has a partner in her life or not. And this was a very deep realization because in those days, which was, I think, 1979, in those days, a woman to be socially acceptable had to come out with a partner. Then she was invited. But if she was on her own, she wasn't she wasn't given so much attention. So anyway, freedom became my quest. And so that is why I think self-love is absolutely key. Because if you go in life and always remember that everything that happens to you is not something to go down and under and get depressed about, such as nobody loves me, I'm becoming invisible, nobody gives me a hug, I don't have intimate moments. But self-love is the creative ability to bring into your life moments that will offer you bliss bowls, moments that will be blissful for you and that you can pluck and take inside yourself and flower and grow with. And so you replace this old habit of, being coupled and having a lover and depending on that to fill out your sense of loving yourself. You replace that with, I'm a free human being, whether I have a partner in my life or not. I'm free, and this means I can choose with awareness what brings me joy in order to open the door to bliss. And so that is what I would like to say about loving yourself. Scott, what do you think about that?
I think it's brilliant. And I come on in for a moment. One of the things I've so admired about you, Margot, is you always have this very positive attitude. And I've worked with you when we've hit challenges, when I was making your video or when there's a workshop and challenges happen. And you always, you'll allow yourself to have the emotion, anger, frustration, disappointment. You take a breath and then you move forward. And it seems to me that that in itself is self-love right in the moment. You allow yourself to have that uncomfortable feeling, you take the breath and you keep moving forward. And I've watched you do that really for decades, you know, and including some times that you were dealing with some really hard stuff, including, you know, these last few years where you had physical challenges and now you've rebounded and are strong. So tell us a little bit about how you practice self-love when it's hard, whether it's physical challenges, aging, anything like that.
Well, you know, I've always thought to apply my teachings to myself because I think that the COVID time is a blessing for us. I'm sorry, maybe we'll not agree. I don't want to disregard those we love who have passed away because of that. But I have been blessed that since the beginning of COVID time to today, I have had no exposure to limitations, no exposure to you can't travel, no exposure. I have been, you know, free because I live in Bali where we are free. And so, and we are happy. And so for me, looking at, you know, a challenge is gone to first relax, okay? I'm looking right now at a very big challenge. I'm not talking about on television, but I'm looking at basically my money and accounts of the money and retirement that are basically dwindling away because this and that and the other. And I am happy to announce that after learning about this, not a ripple in my being was created, okay? Relaxation was first and joy was first. And so what I've learned and what I want to share with you guys here is that love begins with yourself. And why? Because now more than ever before, we have to swim against the anti-ecstatic current of our society. And we have to realize that we are ecstatic beings and that it's very important to cultivate our joy and to share our joy with the world, because this is how we're going to change the vibration and the frequency of the planet. And so, you know, I now see when we start conversations with friends about all the drama and all what's on the media, I say, wait a minute, what good thing happened to you today? Okay. And how can you actually flow rather than fight? Okay. And what good thing can you do for yourself, for your loved ones, for your partner? It's a duty of care that we have to carry over joy into the world and to carry over joy to other people. And we cannot do that unless we love ourselves. And even if you have hardships and difficulties, choose with awareness what will wake you up to, you know, what will take you and carry you on the path to bliss, on the path to joy, and not what will bring you down. And so, you know, that's what I can say. And, you know, hardships are a way to learn. Fear is a teacher. You go into it and you come out the other side. You have to accept it. You have to see it for what it is. I'm sorry, guys. On some level, I would say it's an illusion. Okay. So, you know, be ready for death. Be ready for resurrection. Be ready for anything, but stay joyful and continue to love yourself. Because if you weren't loved, you wouldn't be here. Existence has brought you here because it loves you. And you have been born out of love. Your parents had to make love for you to be born. And so you carry a duty of care to remember that and to share it with others. And it's not always easy, but look at it this way. The positive side of COVID, I would say, you have all the time in the world to turn the outward directed energy towards yourself and to say, now I have many more hours a day where I can do something good for myself, you know, and this is what it's all about right now. You're entering into a spiritual retreat. You have to go through a dark night of the soul, which is the COVID, and you have to learn how to emerge on the other side in a positive sense of creating yourself anew, reinventing a blissful you, and this is your time to do it. That's what I have to say.
That's
And another thing, we all need help in this time, and we all need support. Okay, so take your pen and paper, and I will tell you another beautiful story. We in Sky Dancing Tantra have 2 years of the Love and Ecstasy training, 3 weeks a year, then 2 years of a teacher's training, 3 weeks a year for 2 years, and then 2 years of supporting, of being the guardians of the energy when we are in the team members. Okay, so when we, oops, I lost you, Scott.
Oh, I was just showing the Sky
Are you
Dancing.
still hearing me?
Yes, we hear you. I was just.
Oh yeah, okay, go ahead.
I was showing Sky Dancing Tantra.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So no, go ahead.
So anyway,
go ahead and tell
what
us.
happened was this amazing thing. What happened at the end of the teacher's training was this completely amazing thing for me. Okay, this was an international teacher's training where people from all over the world, totally on their own initiative, knowing nothing, they decided that their bliss was to share what they had learned with the world. And so embarked on this internet scientific creating platform so that they could teach an immersion Sky Dancing Tantra course to people from all over the world. And they invited 40 Sky Dancing Tantra teachers from 9 different countries to teach every Saturday from 9 till 9, and every morning meditation and evening meditation, so you can go about your day, but you have a support team of really experienced Sky Dancing teachers, and all of them, all the different 40 different teachers are teaching you a session. And these people, these teachers, put this together, unbeknownst to me, unbeknownst to our directors, just on their own initiative. They didn't sleep for days and days and days to be ready to produce this technology. Can you imagine? I mean, people from Moscow, people from Bali, people from Morocco, everybody had to have their timeline in agreement, in alignment. This was a big deal. So they succeeded. They had a lot of people. Everybody loved it. And so now we're putting on another one to support you in your awakening. Sky Dancing Tantra Immersion. So it's called immersion.skydancing.eu. And if you want more information, go to info@skydancingtantra.org. And you will get all the information about everything Sky Dancing Tantra does.
And of course, I'm showing the website right now. Again, it's immersion.skydancing.eu/2021. So that's how you can get it online. Or as Margot said, you can email info@skydancing.org. And again, everybody, get out the old book that you have from before, or get the new book now. Let's all remember how to achieve ecstasy. And Margot, so many people loving you.
So I want to say this. Many people over the course of my life, I've been interviewed everywhere. They say, well, how did you get to this? Because at the time, there was no Tantra on the planet in the Western world. And so I said, well, I went around the world to visit masters, and I received many, many initiations. And actually, this book is the story of the aha moments and the revelations that were so profound, where Kali, the goddess Kali, appeared to me, in my classroom. And, particularly in the chapter, Awakening the Guru Between Your Legs. And the other chapter called Finding God in Bed. And so anyway, this book tells you the adventures of each of these initiations and how it became the Love and Ecstasy training. So this is your source book for Sky Dancing Tantra. Wow. And we were the first.
Margot, thank you so much for being on our show. It's just been really, really fun this week connecting with you. And let's stay in closer connection. Thank you so much for joining us. We love you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And lots of love and joy to all of you present.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Bye.
And I see everybody kind of waving goodbye.
Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right. Well, let's take a breath because we are going to continue with a lot more about self-love. And to keep it rolling, here's a really, really wonderful video all about that. Light touch is a wonderful way to bring both emotional and physical intimacy into our relationships. Light touch is also a wonderful way for us to attract or magnetize what we are wanting.
Thank you for blessing our blessings. Thank you for spiritual wellness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for transforming my relationships. Thank you for the most divine relationships.
So let's all remember to practice light touch. And it's true, a lot of us practice light touch. Trish and myself and several others get together every morning at 8:30 with Jay and with Jan, and we practice light touch. We do prayer, we do affirmations, and it's a really beautiful way to get our day started. And then we connect again in the evenings. So if you want more information about it, go to light-touch.me. And now I think it's time for some magic. Deborah?
Yes, Scott. One of the wonderful things about this show is we've been able to showcase some incredible, very professional magicians. And Paul Draper is one of them. He's been featured on the History Channel, A&E, HBO, Hallmark Travel Channel, and he's performed at lots of different casinos and Planet Hollywood, and he served as house magician for 7 years. And the Magicians on our show has brought us so much delight and wonder, and we're so happy to have you back again, Paul. Welcome again to Saturday Night Alive.
Yay! Thank you so much for having me. So, as I've discussed a couple of times on the show, the last place that I performed in person back in March was at Disneyland. I was the magician at Disney. And when they shut the gates at Disneyland, there were still thousands of people in the hotels. And so they placed me in front of the gates for a few days, where for a few days I was literally the magic of Disney, performing for the people that couldn't go into the park. One of the great joys working at Disney is telling the stories of the Disney characters and the movies and the backstory. So how many of us saw the movie Aladdin? Came out in '92. You remember that? But how many of us read the book that Aladdin comes from? Do you remember? It's Scheherazad's Arabian Nights. The Arabian Tales, a collection of Middle Eastern folk tales. But if you read the story of Aladdin, Aladdin actually takes place in China. So instead of a Persian carpet to tell the story of Aladdin, I always like to use a bamboo carpet. That is a bamboo magic carpet. There's the front side with all the pieces of bamboo. There's the back side where they're all tied together, not as pretty. I can show you the world, right? Shining, shimmering, splendid. There were 3 animals in Aladdin. There was a monkey, a tiger, and a bird. This is maybe too small to make a tiger appear, but let's try for a bird. 3, 2, 1. Do you hear that? Inside of there, a singing bird in a bird cage. What? Magical. But who we often like to think of when we think of the story of Aladdin isn't the animals, but the most favorite character for most people is who? Do you remember that blue guy? The genie. That's right. Ultimate phenomenal power, itty bitty living space. That's always the problem. Let's see if we can make the genie. 3, 2, 1. There's the genie right there in the genie lamp. Oh, it's so good. I wish I was able to make one of the bigger animals appear. The fun thing about Aladdin, wait a minute, who's that? I see him right there. Do you see him sticking out? Raja the tiger. The fun thing thing is, the story of Aladdin is a story about someone learning about self-love, because Aladdin is this street urchin who doesn't think anybody loves him or ever will love him. He thinks the only way that he can be loved is if he puts on that big show where it's suddenly, Mr. Aladdin, sir, what would you, right? And they give him all the elephants and all the animals and the Sultan's outfit. And you know what? Jasmine doesn't love that guy, because there are endless people coming to her with endless prizes trying to buy her love. But who she loves is who he is in his core. And once he realizes in that story that it's about loving himself first so that he has room to love someone else. Because when we don't love ourselves, that takes up all the room within us right there. We don't have room for other people. And so he learns how to love himself first so he can love somebody else. I think it's such a beautiful story. I'd like, do we have somebody who can help me? A big part of learning to love yourself is being willing to play. And the world is a hard place. Hello, hello, hello. And the two of you are you willing to play? Is it okay? Can we play a game? Okay,
Absolutely.
We're going to play a game show game before. Now, sometimes life is easy. Sometimes it's hard. We don't always win, but we still have to play and love each other and find joy in every single day. I remember years ago, there was a Russian fellow who I knew who I was talking about things that I loved. And he said to me, "You Americans, you love everything. In Russia, we love two things. We love God and we love family. Everything else we like. But I love being able to love everything instead of just liking things." I have a group of pictures of animals, all sorts of adorable animals. Now, remind me your first names. Is it
Michael and KD.
Michael and Katie? Michael and Katie. Katie, are you good at making animal noises?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
Michael,
you do.
are you good at making animal noises?
Yes, I am too.
Perfect. Exceptional. I'm just going to mix these up. Michael, you say stop whenever you want.
Stop.
Okay, we'll stop there then. Michael, we'll start with Katie. Katie, what noise does this animal make?
Woo!
Fantastic. You're exceptional. Michael, your turn. What noise does this animal make?
Thump, thump, thump.
No, that's an automatopoeia. It's close. It's close, but Katie gets the point. Katie, what noise does this animal make? You are so good at this. Michael, equally as hard. What noise does that animal make? Okay, I'll give you the point for that. That was the best one I've had all year. Katie, what noise does that animal make? Oh, so good. Michael, equally as hard. Okay, Michael, lightning round. Any of those animals. Any of them. Any of them. Katie, any of those animals. Any of them. Oh, so good. Okay, Katie, I have a prediction here. This is the final round, 10 points. Anytime you want, say stop.
Stop.
Right there. What's your animal?
You want me to say it out loud?
Yeah.
Giraffe.
Giraffe. Okay. So, Michael, all you have to do is also stop on the giraffe. So anytime you want, say stop.
Stop.
Right there. Okay. What's also a giraffe? Also a, oh no.
No.
Oh no, what is it?
Zebra.
Zebra. Okay. So look, if I have a giraffe, Katie wins. If I have a zebra, Michael wins. Then inside here I have a giraffe zebra. The giraffe zebra. That's so weird. That's so weird, but it's okay because we're allowed to have fun. Loving someone is about having fun. Some of us, we get given cards that are difficult, some given cards that are easy, but we have to be able to come together and still love each other and all win together. And just remember, whenever you make one of those, you also end up with one of these. It's so strict. Okay. Michael and Katie, thank you so much for playing a little magic with me. Love each other, love yourself, and I'll see you back in just a little bit for some more magic.
Thanks, Paul.
Big love to Katie and Michael. Boy, that was really fun. Hey, I just want to remind everybody, Paul is going to be back, and he's got a great website. You can subscribe to his newsletter, and it's his name, pauldraper.com, DRAPER.com.
PaulDraper.com.
That was really fun, Paul. But it seemed to me like you gave Michael some pretty tough ones. I mean, how the heck do you do a ladybug?
You know,
right?
it's really just the way the cards randomly come.
I don't know. It seemed a little like a setup there. It was really fun. Thanks a lot.
My sweetheart just made this for me. She just made me, this is my Valentine's Day card. It's the cards are inside. I'm not going to share the private messages, but we just have to have fun. We just every day have to have fun.
Absolutely. Well, you always are a lot of fun, Paul, and we'll look forward to seeing a little bit more of you later in the show.
See you soon.
Okay. Wow. Well, the show just keeps on going, and we still have one of our favorite musical performers. She's going to be on twice tonight, once right now, and then she's going to lead our musical journey into self-love to close this entire show out. So we're really excited. But let me put the spotlight on one of my favorite musicians, one of my favorite people. I met her actually through this show, and it's been really lovely to get to know Johanna One Heart Beekman. She's a multi-genre recording artist, songstress, coach, yoga teacher. She's loved for her rich, soulful voice, her radiant spirit, and her inspiring songs and chants that tap deep into the collective soul. She was a guest on my Sacred Sunday show. We got a chance to go deep into this amazing mantra that she put together. She is beloved by people all around the world, including a lot of the top other musical artists. She's toured leading festivals and studios across the world, and she now produces and leads online events. Her music has been nominated in Conscious Music Awards and included in White Swan Records Best Yoga Music of the Year playlists. So now that the festival circuit is kind of shut down for a little bit, we're blessed to have her on a Saturday night. Johanna, thank you so much for being with us.
I think we should all think about rewriting the bios. At least I should, after all of this has gone down. It's changed so much what we're involved in, and it's all so heart-centered still. Thank you, all of the other presenters. Such beautiful, wise words about surrendering to the divine love that's within. I have a single that I'm actually dropping tomorrow, and speaking of chanting, I've been in the Sanskrit and yoga world a little bit with that heart-centered mantra music to open our hearts and reset our nervous systems. This one is in another vibrational language, Hebrew, and then English. And it's a chant to love thy neighbor as thyself. So both in the Jewish tradition and in the Christian traditions, there are very similar prayers. So this is a co-write with a beloved friend, Mikey Pauker, and we'll be dropping it tomorrow. So High Vibe Records, all of that, and help us love. Sing along if you'd like. Love, 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 help us love, 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 Spirit, love, great Spirit, help us love our neighbor.
help us, Lord, with all of our heart, with all of our soul.
I just wanted to speak to that space from which I asked Mikey to write that song with me. I have this deep ancestral guilt with my German ancestry, and I felt the need to heal that so that I could fully love myself during a period of reworking my neural pathways and finding my self-love again. And we wrote this prayer that our people, his Jewish people and my, well, interfaith, but you know, that all people may love beyond the beyond. So we had no idea the pandemic was going to happen when we wrote that.
Wow. Johanna, that's a beautiful story. We've had Mikey on the show, and I love that. And tomorrow is the day that you're launching it. I'm coming up to your website. And again, everybody, you can, the release of that song you just heard, the full version with Mikey, is tomorrow. And she's got her One Heart that she does with TV with Krishna Das coming up on February 16th. She's got a mantra party. I'm going to show that in a moment. But you can find out all about these amazing offerings. She's definitely, you've really gone into the online world, providing us with your medicine online. And it's all at johannasings.com. That's Johanna, 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 sings.com. And
thanks, Scott.
Yeah, all these wonderful offerings. I'm going to go to one other spot while you're with us, because I want to make sure everybody knows about this also. We've had Krishna Das on the show, and it looks like you've got something really special happening a week from now. Tell us a little bit about that.
So Mantra Sangha Health and Healing was a music video and audio production that I did with 24 bhakti artists, which is the path of love and devotion in the sacred language of Sanskrit. And Krishna Das is the headliner for this festival and also for that track. And we are supporting the survival of children in Nepal during COVID-19, and Matrada Nepal Foundation is what we are absolutely giving our heart energy to. We've got Gina Salah, one of my teachers, like I said, Krishna Das, and I just can't even speak. I'm so excited about that on the 21st. Please join us. It's free, and you can donate if you'd like, and it'll be on my Facebook and also Spirituality Gone Wild and Sign Network, and maybe Scott will be able to share the message out. Some other
Absolutely.
friends like that.
Absolutely, yeah.
So please do that. And also tonight, you can pre-save the Spotify link for that song. It's dropping tomorrow. So I'm going to put that in the chat for all of you. So please join us in church at 1 p.m. also with Mikey on Clubhouse, if you have the application.
Thank you, Johanna. And Johanna will be back for our big closing event. So we're looking forward to that. And thank you to that good-looking guy in the back, the bass player.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. This is my friend Jacob Jones on the bass, Berklee College of Music graduate. Every musician wants one of those in their band. So bless you.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you very much.
He'll be back later on, and we'll take you on a journey back to that heart center and self-love.
Looking forward to it. All right. Thank you so much. It's time for the Global Peace Tribe announcements, the mid-show announcements. Hey, Deborah.
Hey, Scott.
What a show so far, huh?
Beautiful, really beautiful.
Yeah. You know, we want to thank all of our broadcast partners. One of the great things that's really beautiful about this show is that you're seeing us in so many different ways. Some of you are right here in the Zoom room. We've got well over 300 people in the Zoom room. But a lot of you are watching us, of course, through our broadcast partners. We really want to thank them, especially Unify, which carries us, of course, every Saturday night. And that's one of our larger audiences. And that's helped get us out all around the world because they've got 2 million subscribers from all over our planet. We really want to thank John and Summer Rayner at the Sign Network. That gets us out to about 100 or more Facebook groups and pages. And we really want to thank Light Touch. Jay and Light Touch has been such an important part of making this show grow. And our buddy Alan Steinfeld, many of you watch us on his YouTube channel, New Realities. A lot of you are watching us through Love Coach Academy. That's my organization. And then, of course, there's Earth Dance, Awake TV Network, Humanities Team, Portal to Ascension, Disclosure Fest, Global Days of Unity, Earthwalk United, and New Earth One. That's a mouthful. And it's exciting that we've got so many people that are providing our program to you. And I know Deborah's working on some new broadcast partners. So we just keep growing and growing. Also want to thank those of you that are donating to our GoFundMe. I'm going to pull that list up a little bit later on in the show. And I'm going to thank those of you who have donated to us. So thank you so much. It really helps to move this show further along. And we're excited because we've got some pretty cool shows planned. We told you a little bit about what we're doing next season. But Deborah, do you want to tell people a little bit about what we've got remaining in this season?
Yes, we still have some great shows coming up for this winter season. Next week, February 20th, is going to be Awakening Our Vast Potential Together. This is a show that we're collaborating with Teresa Collins of Global Coherence Pulse. And we are going to have back Greg Braden, who we love, Teresa Bullock. Elijah Ray is going to perform, and he's also going to speak and share his heart. Pete Longworth is going to be doing Truth Drops, It Shall, and some other incredible musicians, Cornflower, Just Magic, Mattia Washington, and we thank so much Wendy Grace, who is sponsoring this show. So thank you so much, Wendy. And then February 27th is Next Level Tools and Practices for Optimizing Health. This is one of Jay Mayer's and Jan's show of Light Touch. They help us produce this and coordinate this. We're going to have Norm Shealy, who is the father of holistic medicine. Gabriel Cousins is going to be coming to us from Israel. Lee Holden, amazing Tai Chi master. We're going to be having Clarity Breath with Ashana Solaris and Dana DeLong. Hyla Klass, Yuval Ron, incredible musician. Also Giselle and Andrea Books and others. So thank you, Light Touch, Jan and Jay, for helping us with that. March 6th, one of my favorite shows, Feminine Leadership Changing Our World. We're going to have Jean Houston. Andrew Harvey is going to be with us as the Sacred Masculine, honoring the Divine Feminine. Claire Zamet, Kaya Ra, Jennifer Berzin, and many more. And this is really about feminine leadership, taking charge now and really making a difference right now. Then on March 13th, we're going to have a really fun show, Understanding and Communicating with Our Animal Family. We have some great animal communicators that are going to come on, and a celebrity, Carol Bassett from the Tiger King show. So that's going to be really fun, and some other really incredible people will be announcing next week. March 20th is Activating Together, the Spring Equinox Portal. As I shared before, we use these very important portal times to really activate a positive world forward. And March 27th, again, Jay Mayer and Jan are helping to sponsor Indigenous Wisdom Show. And so that's one of our more popular shows. And again, we appreciate Light Touch. And you can still sign up for the winter season. I'm going to put those links in the chat room. And also you can pay it forward and give it as a gift, as a subscription. So please share this love with people and give them a surprise gift of a subscription. And again, thank you so much for your donations, for your green love. It makes a huge difference going forward and producing 13 new shows that Scott and I have taken on again. It's quite a lot, but it's really in our passion, in our love for you, and to really create a positive world going forward during these highly evolutionary times. So thank you so much.
You know, speaking of that last show, the March 27th show, here is a special trailer we just sent you. So that's going to be really special. You know, our Indigenous Elders shows, we did one a couple of weeks ago, and it was very, very, we're still getting comments, people talk about how they were just blown away by the wisdom of the elders. And I really want to thank Jay for all that he puts in to sponsor those shows and to bring such important information to us. And we're really excited about the next one. So thank you. All right, we are going to give it another try because we love Sister Stone, and she has given me a lot. Oh, there's Jay and Jay. You know what? They look so cute. I got to put the spotlight on them for a moment. Look at those two beautiful Light Touch partners, you know? And I mean, there's another wonderful example of love. They are Light Touch partners. They work together. They do a lot of creating of all these videos together. Thank you both, Jay and Jan. We love you guys so much. Thank you. All right, we are going to go all the way down to Tezcatlan, Mexico. And there's Sister Stone. And we're praying that the technology gods are going to smile upon us for another song.
Hello, hello. Thank you. Blessings and peace, family. It's an honor to be here again. And I'm just so thankful to you, Scott and Deborah, for this show. And I've watched it grow and evolve since I joined in the beginning of quarantine. And it really is special. And I'm so honored to be part of such a powerful event so many times. So thank you. So I have a song to share, and this is actually my debut performance of the song because I just released it just a couple weeks ago on February 1st. And what's interesting about this song is that it is actually coming from a lens of what happens with what we do with pain and heartbreak, and so I know for a lot of people, this time of Valentine's Day can feel a little tender for some folks. And, it can bring up emotions that are painful and, those who might be alone and, all of that and all that we've endured, through the heartbreaks and the losses and, the deeper we love, the more grief we might feel, but that also shows us how deep we love, right? And so, for me, this song that I'm sharing is about what we do with the pain and how we allow it to transform us into deeper strength, love, and wisdom, and how we allow it to really polish us, And so this song for me is a song from heartbreak of my own and how I watched it, this heartbreak break me down to nothing. Right. And then in that nothingness, we get to create who we are. We get to build ourselves from that place of that breakdown. And so just as much as the bliss and the love and the joy fills our soul, but it's really when we hit those rock bottom points of loss and grief that we can truly rebuild and regrow our soul into something shiny and beautiful and ready to share with the world. So my name's Sister Stone. I'm honored to be here again, and I hope you will dance and groove with me. You can listen to this song on all major streaming platforms. So here it goes. When they do, you will feel stronger, wiser, love deeper, open wider. Your wounds, my love will heal. Love is pain, pain is love. What we go through, we grow through. Eye of the storm, tired and worn, but you're still here. Yeah, you're still here. I love your scars, I'll wipe your tears. You are so strong, you are so beautiful, even with your flaws, 'cause I see your stars. And you're gonna soar, I believe in your soul. Your wounds, my love will heal. When they do, you will feel stronger, wiser, love deeper, open wider. Your wounds, my love will heal. You've been through the ringer, but I'm a light slinger through the dark night of the soul. Let the blessings roll, I'll be here by your side, always down to ride, 'cause I'm a Sister Stone you can always confide in. That's my shit, that's my wave, come into my cave. I'll keep you warm and safe as you pass through the gate. Pain is love, love is pain, the only way out is through, is how we break the chain. Your wounds, my love will heal. When they do, you will feel stronger, wiser, love deeper, open wider. Your wounds, my love will heal. Fear
they just want. Reach for the sun, the gift is here. Inside the wound, search near and far. Because of your courage, because of your trust. Wrap you in love, sprinkle fairy dust. All that you've gone through, all that you persevered. You've been polished and you're ready to shine. Your wounds, my love, will heal. When they do, you will feel stronger, wiser, love deeper, open wider. Your wounds, my love, will heal. Your wounds, my love, will heal. When they do, you will feel stronger, wiser, love deeper, open wider. Your wounds, my love, will heal.
Oh,
Thank you.
hey, the technology god smiled upon us, Sister Stone.
Yay.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Thank
Really beautiful. So, I've got your promotional postcard here. What's the best way for people to be in touch with you?
Yeah, so very active on Instagram, Sister Stone Music, also my website, sister-stone.com, and of course on Spotify. Follow me there. You can also, if you use other streaming platforms, you can find my music on all other major platforms. And I'm releasing a new music video this week as well for this song, so stay tuned for that. And also, if you like this music and you know others who would just like groove to it, all the rest of my music's just really about deeply connecting to the earth, our bodies, and being in right and reciprocal relationship with all of our relations. And it's super funky and groovy and dancey. So yeah, share it wide so we can get these messages out there. Thank you.
Just loving how that message of that song so correlates with what Margot was saying. And you're the youngest member of our person on the show tonight. She's, of course, the eldest. And yet you both, in your own unique ways, were talking about working with pain, that love and pain go together, and that, not that one is good and one is bad. And I just really love that juxtaposition between you and Margot and that theme. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, we have a wonderful presenter. It's her first time, and to tell us all about her, here's Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. I'm so happy now to present Brenda Wade. She's a sought-after keynote speaker, trainer, best-selling author of 4 books on love. Dr. Oz describes her as one of the most renowned psychologists in America, and she reaches millions as the relationship expert on his show. And she has her own show. She's the host of Modern Love Radio. And she has made her life and her passion all about love. So we're so happy to have her on the show tonight. Hello, Brenda.
Hello, Deborah. And thank you so much for the invitation. I'm very honored. Thank you, Scott. Scott has been holding my hand and helping me get everything organized. And he is such a smooth master of ceremonies, as are you, Deborah. So everybody, I'm so moved by the music, but I just want you to take a moment and feel the energy that's been generated. The energy is at such a high frequency right now, and that's all of us opening our hearts. It's all of us focusing on love. It's all of us thinking about love, feeling love. And we've created what I call, and you all know about this, the mastermind effect, where all of our minds multiplied together are not a linear multiplication. This is exponential multiplication of power. And Margot, Anand, oh my God, I just worship the ground she walks on. Her book was completely transformational in my life and my work also. So before I start to share a few thoughts that I have to first confess a little bit about my background. I did not start out as a clinician or a spiritual teacher. I started out in the primate lab doing hardcore research at the University of Washington Medical School on prematurely born macaque monkeys. And we wanted to discover how premature babies could learn to see and to come up with interventions for those babies. So with that science background, if I leak a little science onto you, I want you to be prepared for that, because sometimes I just can't help it. It's in there. And science is important to me because guess what? Science meets what we call psychology and fuses with spirituality. And the more deeply we understand how our brains work and how they're activated, and why meditation is medicine, and why when we were doing the EFT, that does activate channels in the body that help us to shift. Now, the starting point for me is, of course, growing up. Actually, an article I wrote in the Daily Word, those of you who follow that little magazine, I told a little bit about my story growing up as a little Black girl in San Francisco. And being in line, and even as I talk about it, I still feel some of the sadness about this. We had to line up, and we were all supposed to hold hands, have a partner. And the little girl standing next to me said, "I don't want to hold your hand because my mother told me your skin is brown because you're dirty." Now, none of us are born with a lack of self-love. We are all born with self-love. It's part of who we are. There's never been a baby born with no self-love. Lack of self-love is something that is taught. It's experiences that are painful. Could be something like somebody saying your skin is dirty, which means you're bad. And I didn't know what she meant, but I felt shame. Now, most of you know the scale of consciousness, Dr. David Hawkins. At the bottom of the scale of consciousness is shame. And I don't know anyone who hasn't had an experience of shame. Somewhere along the line, whether it was your gender, whether it was your sexuality, whether it was the color of your skin, whether it's where you lived, or whether you were somebody of a different language group, or First Nations, or no nation, or you live on the street, whatever it is, we have all felt shamed. And this creates a pattern in the brain, and you all know your brain is a programmable tool. And just as it can be programmed by shame, pain, lack of love, parents projecting their wounds or their shame onto us, which my parents did, because I just found this out recently, guys. My dad grew up 50 miles from the KKK. Just found it out. And I always wondered why. There was just, and of course, I understood racism played a part, but there was more. My father would just resist going back to the place where he'd grown up. And it became very clear to me after, the 50 miles away, the KKK. So all of these things imprint, and they imprint deeply. So the question that we're holding, that I'm holding, is how? How do we activate the mastermind with the tools that help us to truly transform? So there are three things, and one of the models I teach in my mastermind trainings and all the things I do is the 12 powers of the heart. And we're only going to focus on 4 of those powers tonight. The most important power that we're going to activate together is courage, because it does take courage to face the wounds, to face the places where we've been hurt, face the places where we've learned to deny our own power, our own worthiness, our own sexuality, whatever it is. Each one of us has had that wound, because guess what? That's why we came here. We came here to get the wound and go into the contraction that the wound creates. And when the contraction gets too painful, that's generally when we start to look for solutions. The contraction got so bad for me that I started looking for help and stumbled into like the Unity Church, stumbled into my spiritual teachers, stumbled into my butt being on the sand in India for God knows how long, learning to meditate, being on retreat in Bali. I was just thinking, Margot's there right now doing her work in Bali. Whatever it took, I just knew I had to activate, get out of contracting into expanding so I could feel like a whole being. So courage is the first step. Courage to face the pain, not look away, not try to pretend it's not there, not try to numb it out in some way, but head on what happened, what did they say, what did they do? And I made up something, I call it the big five. Our beliefs, thoughts, words, feelings, actions. Those get coded by the pain. So what do we need to do? Recode the big five. So how do we activate? From courage, we must get to a place we can activate forgiveness. One of the great powers of the heart. And what does it mean? Listen to the word, forgive. We are here for giving. Most of us are really good at receiving. Some of us not so much. That was hard for me. But once I learned to receive, I had to get into balance. Because of all the shame and pain I grew up with, I was a much better giver. Some of you can relate. It's called codependence, people. I was totally codependent, okay? But I had to learn to balance, give and receive, give and receive, give and receive. So very important to get to forgiveness, because it's from forgiveness we get to balance. So courage to forgiveness. Now, many of us are much better at criticizing ourselves, or criticizing the system, or criticizing somebody else, better at that than we are at compassion, which is our third heart power. Now we're going to put these together and activate them in just a moment. So if you notice that even though you're a deeply, profoundly aware spiritual person, as we all are, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't a member of this amazing tribe that Scott and Deborah has collected from all over the planet, but we're here to continue to do the work. We're here. So we do need our forgiveness. We do need compassion. We do need to activate this last heart power. I wonder if anybody can guess what this one is. The one that's the icing on the cake. We want to get to love. We want to get to love itself. So what is love? Most of us think, oh, I love you, it's a feeling. No, it's not. Love is in action. And if we put it into action, put the energy into action, then everything we need to heal, what needs to be healed on the planet, is possible. So I want to invite you into a very brief meditation with me. This is going to take all of like 75 seconds. I'm going to ask you to go back to a little EFT, tap your heart. And as you breathe in, we're going to turn this into just a little moment of I am courage in action. If you say that with me, I am courage in action. One more time. I am courage in action. I choose to forgive myself. I choose to forgive myself. Tap it in. I choose to forgive myself. Now flip it. I choose to forgive those who have hurt me. I choose to forgive those who have hurt me. I choose forgiveness when in doubt. I choose compassion to see with eyes of love. I choose compassion to see with eyes of love. Keep it going one more time. I choose compassion to see with eyes of love. And finally, both hands together at your heart. Your heart's activated now. I choose to love with my whole being. I choose to love with my whole being. I choose to put love into action, because service is love in action. And I know from direct experience, when I got over some of my issues and contraction, it was through service and being able to give my gifts in the world. And we all have gifts to give. We all have gifts to give. Please make no mistake about this. Every one of us has one of the 12 geniuses, because they're all connected to heart power. So the thing I want to leave you with is, we know meditation is action. because meditation activates all the pathways in the brain, in the endocrine system, in the heart, and it brings us to a place. But what I'm going to ask you to meditate on, and we're not going to do it right now. I want you to go do it on your own because I want to be respectful of the time. And Scott, how am I doing? Am I staying right on time?
You're fantastic.
Okay, this is the last thing. Please choose a way that you can be of service. Doing the work internally to activate self-love comes alive when we allow ourselves to be of service. We cannot heal what has happened to the earth without service. We cannot heal Indigenous communities unless we're of service. We cannot heal the insidious, just absolutely from top to bottom impact of racism or sexism unless we go do something about it. So I invite you to put self-love into action out there and in here. And thank you, Scott. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, everybody. Blessings.
Wow. One of the great joys of my life right now, Dr. Brenda, is getting a chance to meet people like yourself. Tonight's show, other than yourself, everybody was people I've known that I've drawn. And there was no, you've got to get Dr. Brenda Wade on. And it's such a pleasure to meet you, to feel your wisdom and the way that you deliver with so much joy, and yet so much grounded, connection. And thank you for bringing service into this conversation. Thank you so much, because it's one of my great mentors was Marshall Rosenberg. And that's one of the things he taught me, was that the greatest joy in life is when we contribute to the well-being of others. And when we know that joy of service, that's a gift to have that. So thank you for bringing that piece in. I'm going to text you with the next show I want to have you be on, because I already have that. But I also want to make sure that people know about a couple of things you've got coming up and how we can really get more of Dr.
Oh,
Brenda.
you know what? Yes, I have things coming, but I also have a gift for everybody. I have an ebook, Date, Mate, Meditate, and we're putting out a brand new version of it. Anybody who wants it, hit me back, and I will absolutely offer that as a gift.
Well, thank you. So now, how do we best find that?
Our email is love@docwade.com. Our website is docwade.com. And the email is guys, I'm in the channel. I have to pull myself back and get grounded. I'm sorry.
You know what? I can read it.
Read that for me? I'm so sorry. I'm just like,
thank you. I love how illuminated you are. So there are 5 wonderful ways we can connect with Dr. Brenda. On Facebook, just @Brenda Wade. On Twitter, @Dr. Brenda Wade. On Instagram, @Dr.Brenda Wade. On LinkedIn, just her name, Brenda Wade. And you can email her at love@docwade.com. That's spelled.
And the panel above it, Scott, is that I'm actually doing a 3-hour training next Saturday. And that is up on Eventbrite. And it's True Love for You in 2021. And we're going to have a special guest with us. And I will not announce the guest's name tonight, but you will find out about it if you're interested. And I would love to have people join us. And we have special COVID pricing. And if money is an issue for anyone, I will scholarship you. Please don't let money be a reason not to be there.
God bless you. What a great soul you are. What a blessing you are. Thank you, Dr. Brenda. Really wonderful to meet you. And looking forward to getting to know you much more fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Deborah.
All right, here we go. Yep. I mean, as incredible as this show has already been, and it's already like a full meal, we've still got some really wonderful things left. So stick around. And it's beautiful. I'm watching, and almost everybody is still with us. So that's really exciting. I get to introduce Dawn Light. And Dawn is somebody I've gotten to know over the last year. And she is a bright light. Now, she and her partner, Trish, run the Self-Love Show. It's a show that's on every Thursday morning on Facebook. And we'll, send the link and we'll show you a little bit about that. In getting to know Dawn, what I really appreciate is she's a very well-balanced woman. I'm going to put the complete spotlight on you as I kind of embarrass you with a little bit of talking about you. She's a devoted wife and mother, co-host of the Self-Love Show, and she's also a spiritual psychology coach. And I found that both in my private conversations with her and also watching how she teaches on her show, I love how you integrate spirituality in a non-denominational way with self-love. And she really understands that how we relate to the issue is the issue. Dawn has a long background in assisting women to heal core trauma and to spark their inner gold. So it's great to have you with us, Dawn. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Scott and Deborah, for this deep invitation. I am so honored to be here. It just warms my heart. Everyone on this panel has been so exquisite, and what has been shared is so juicy and delicious. I just thank Spirit for this, right? Because that's what it is for me. Is self-love is loving God, loving all that is, right? That's the greatest love of all, is love of self, and that deeper realization and into that place inside, and really exploring all the places we have a boundary against love, right? And I have the pleasure and honor to share that I've been cultivating a deep love and love relationship for now almost 18 years. We'll celebrate 18 years together this year, 17 years married and 18 years together, and a 10-year-old. And it is, relationships are very powerful and transforming and very challenging, as we know, right? And that's our spiritual curriculum, our spiritual life lessons arising through that experience. And I just feel so honored because I stand here now at this point in my life through healing a very deep curriculum around child abuse. And at first, all those triggers used to arise in all my relationships. And in fact, I had to become celibate and renounce it all to arrive at the place to allow sacred love and soulmate love into my life. It's been a journey. And I can say honestly that self-love and cultivating self-love by calling in the authentic self, the inner counselor inside, to assist anytime that anything that's disturbing your peace arises, it's an opportunity for your spiritual awakening. And what is that? And become curious to what is that there, that pain that I feel? And it's not about the other person, because your feelings are yours. Right? And it's an opportunity to explore it, be vulnerable, lean into it, be willing to feel it all, like you would a loving child, pulling it back onto your lap and loving unconditionally yourself, so that you can fully arrive at full self, soulful expression. Right? And that's it. That's self-love. That's loving essence seeking to be expanded through you, because we are loving essence. And so those barriers that we see in our relationship are just a deeper opportunity of healing, of most of the time a ripple of a past experience coming back into our awareness to greet us, and for healing, because we're also doing generational healing, familial pattern healing, right? And so it's all an opportunity to fully expand into ourself. And it's breakthrough after breakthrough after breakthrough. It's the ripple effect and that expansion of living into your full embodiment of soulful expression, what you're here to do, living into your purpose, right? And that's it. And so this is the journey of self-love. And I'm so joyfully excited and grateful that I get to be on this panel and share what it's like to be cultivating deep love in a marriage. And, when my husband and I got married, it was like, we were married at Burning Man, and the storm came, and I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want to be married in a whiteout. And we held hands and walked all the way to the temple. And we talked about weathering the storm of life together. And that is so symbolic to me, that no matter what, unconditional love pervades through our relationship. And no matter what, we will stand in that together. And that has been the foundation of our relationship through the ups and the downs and all of it that has occurred. Unconditional love is what we seek to find in one another and in this life, and to share with every person on this planet and stand in that ripple and that vibration of loving essence. So I don't know where I'm at with my time, but thank you so much. I hope that
Absolutely. You know, I love how there's like these certain themes that everybody is sharing in their own way. And again, you know, talking about that it's not just about lovey-lovey, but it's about really taking hands, walking through the storm together. 18 years you've been together now, yeah?
Yes.
And you've got a wonderful son, Vision.
Yes.
And, and one of the things, I'm going to show your website, Dawn. And one of the things that I appreciate about the work that Dawn does, and probably that Dr. Brenda does, I know that Trish does, you know, in becoming empowered, you know, there is also doing the healing work, doing that deep healing work. And it's a process, you know, deep healing, we feel more empowered. Deep healing, we feel more empowered. So we're looking at Dawn's website, sparkyourinnergold-com.mykajabi.com. We'll put that link in the chat room for everybody. And yeah, tell us about how you help people unleash their sovereign queen.
Well, the program that we are launching soon in April is really about helping women fully embody and own their sovereignty, right? And express their inner gold, right? Because everyone has that gift of inner gold that they've come here to express and live. And it's really covered up by the painful experiences, the imprints, like Deborah Brenda was sharing with us, that the imprints kind of can cover up that gold or that spark or that light that we're really here to lean into and express. And so it's really a program to help women unlock that so that they can fully stand inside of their story and own their worth, instead of stand outside of it and look kind of like struggle against it, right? It's about standing inside of it and residing in it, knowing that this is my spiritual curriculum and I'm home inside of it. And I no longer have to wear it like a cloak or like a jacket, like a barrier of armoring, right? That really draws and attracts the experiences that are difficult. Is when we fully heal and embody, we can let go like a wet jacket, just lay it down for good.
Dawn, thank you so much. It's just great to have you on the show. And I love your energy and your enthusiasm. It's infectious, absolutely.
Thank you so much. I feel so honored. Thank you.
Absolutely. Deborah, what do we got next?
Yes, and now again, we get to experience love through music. We're going to be having back Eostar and Matthias, a beautiful couple that takes us on a journey of the heart. Hello, beloveds.
Hello. Our next song here is titled Welcome to Myself. And it speaks for itself, so I'm not even going to say any introduction, just play. I've been away for so long I can't tell. Welcome to myself. Long lost friend. me from beyond the ether to rekindle this glowing ember with your steady flow of love. Your steady flow of love. Welcome to myself. I've been away for so long I can't tell. Welcome to myself. Long lost friend. Lost in a world of many mirrors, I need to find a way to freedom. So many doors, but there's just one key, one spell that opens an ancient red seal. It's your steady flow of love. Your steady flow of so long I can't tell. Welcome to my side. Long lost friends. Keep me going in your direction. Seed to flower in full expansion. Spring has kissed away the seabird, beckoning me to remember your steady flow of love. Your steady flow of Welcome to my side. Welcome to my side. Welcome to my side. Welcome to my side.
I just love you guys so much.
Scott and Deborah, thank you so much for having us again, and especially on this special Valentine's evening to share with everybody this cyber love, sending it out to the world during these times. You know that we can love each other in whatever way we can, in whatever situation is upon us. So I really just thank you guys and honor you for really just continuing to put the love out there and serving up the best given the circumstances that we have. So
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you two so much. And guess what? I had mentioned about how they do house concerts. Hint, 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 hint. Wow. Thank you so much. They texted me and they are going to do a house concert tonight after our show. So I'm going to be there. I've put into the chat box how to find it. You go to facebook.com/eostar.camila. If that's hard for you to remember, especially those of you watching on Facebook, I will share it out on my Facebook page. So go to the Facebook page if you can, but if that doesn't work out, go to my Facebook page because I'll be sharing it out. And again, one more time, I just want to bring up your promotional postcard here and remind people that you can learn a lot more about them by going to facebook.com/web-of-one or go to the website. And the website is eostarandmatthias.com. And just tell people briefly what they can expect in the house concert tonight.
Oh, we're just going to be spontaneous, and we'll play, as many songs as we feel, basically. And we'll take requests and love songs,
Plus,
of
we'll
course.
share 2 new songs, which is always special.
2 brand new songs, actually.
Brand new songs.
Wow. All right.
Is definitely a very prolific songwriter, and so I love to play with her, and she always busts out new songs. So you'll hear some new songs tonight.
Well, what a blessing. Really excited about that. And again, if you want to go to learn more about them, this is the Facebook page, by the way, that the concert's going to be on, EOStar Kamala. And then to learn more about what they offer, their website, there's a whole lot of EOStar and Kamala going on here, is eostarandmatthias.com. And they've got a new album out, Illuminate. Obviously, the music is such a beautiful, that guitar solo that the two of you did, it's obvious your vocal harmonies, but the intricacy of how your 2 guitars interwove, that really touched me just now. I was like, wow, I got a real rush on that.
soloist.
Well, it's chemistry. But yeah, check out our album Illuminate. It's a beautiful album. There's all sorts of amazing players on it that have played a lot in the jam band world, like Jason Crosby and Wally Ingram, Jared May, who's toured with Simmer Carr and Tina Malia, a good friend of ours, and lots of other really amazing musicians are on it. Joe Craven, who toured with David Grisman and Jerry Garcia. So
Wow.
check it out. It's all with EO Star's beautiful songwriting, and it's for free on our website.
There you go, everybody. eostarandmatthias.com. And I'll see you guys at your house concert at the end of the show.
Deborah, thank you so much.
All right. I want to thank those people who have donated to us. Most of you have done it anonymously tonight. So thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Anonymous, and all of your anonymous children. So thank you to all of you who did it anonymously. But I also want to thank some of our regulars that I've noticed that have been donating on a regular basis. Terry Russo, thank you. Iona Marshall, Sam Sparrow, hey buddy, thank you. Sarah Sillers, Natalie Liliku, Lynn Muramaru, Carol Lazar, Kimberly Shins, Suzanne Marie, whole lot of anonymous people. Janice Hall, Jojo Harmon, Joanne Brem, Lynette, Monica Hart, Ayana Ayala, John Martin, my dog. Thank you, everybody, for your incredibly generous donations. We really appreciate that. And, really, truly, there's so much gratitude that we have, a lot of gratitude. That actually was supposed to start at the beginning. Let's go back to the beginning here. Yeah, brought to you by the Global Peace Tribe. That's us. And definitely thank you very much, Jay Mayer. That was a short one that he gave me. I hadn't previewed it before. So Jay sends me these wonderful videos. It's like I get to insert them at different times. I now get to introduce one of my favorite human beings on the planet. I'm very blessed to, and I'm lucky, teach with her. I get to share an online show with her every Friday night called Straight Talk. And if you haven't come and watched Straight Talk, please come and check it out. Every Friday night, Trish and I are talking with interesting people, and our topics really vary. Last night, we had Mark Sims and Grant Cameron talking about star family communication. We do Black Lives Matter. We do death and dying. We do love, sex, relationships, all those things. So definitely come see our show. But now I want to just put the focus on Trish. First off, congratulations. She just got her certificate as a sexologist, clinical sexologist.
Oh, wait, hold on. You can't say that.
Oh, I can't? That's not accurate?
A sexologist is one who is a therapist with an emphasis on sex. Just saying.
Oh, okay. I gotta memorize these things. I gotta learn it. And Trish has this incredible, she's, as you can tell, she's pure love, big heart, and she cares so deeply about people. And she's a brilliant coach. She is the voice and face of Light Touch. She's become a voice and face for Love Coach Academy. And on top of it all, she and Dawn are the Self-Love Show. They do it every week. So Trish, what do you want to share about self-love tonight?
Thank you for such a sweet introduction. So hi, everyone. Good evening. I just want to share my deep gratitude for Jay, Jan, Scott, and Deborah for putting this amazing show on all the time and just like persevering through weeks and amazingness and just like drawing all the beauty in to this beautiful container. Thank you. I just want to share that the power of self-love is the power of being connected, being open and available to expansive love. For me, the definition of love is the radical acceptance of what is real and alive, and accepting what is, what was, and will be. And just like Dr. Brenda, who I'm like, can I call you later? I really want to have a conversation with you, was saying about codependency is and love not necessarily being an emotion. For me, love isn't emotion, it's a skill. It's a skill that we develop over time. It's a skill that we choose to develop for the love of ourself, which is the love of God and the love of other. And so when we have self-love, when we build and cultivate self-love within, it is building the relationship and the foundation for all relationships that we have, right? Because how we treat ourselves is the direct reflection of how we would treat other people. If I treat myself poorly, then I will undoubtedly treat others poorly. And for me, looking really at the things that will come up, I mean, inevitably upsets will be there in all relationships, with self as well. I don't know if you have upsets with yourself, but all of it, all upset is an opportunity to love yourself in your shadow, in your pain, and open to greater love and acceptance, to just greater expansive acceptance. So expansive love for the human experience in yourself and in your beloveds. I'm a big proponent of self-love, making self-honoring choices, and not excluding others, but making choices that honor your truth, your vibrant aliveness in your yes is what I would say. And really feeling that inspired action through your body, so that when you are living your life as you want to create it, that you can meet the others in your life and support yourself and them in the life that you want to create together. And so for me, the really the deep work of repatterning my own story, my own traumas, has really given me the opportunity to cultivate and to magnetize deep, loving, amazing relationship in my life. I'm so grateful for all of my loving relationships, my relationship with Scott and Dawn, and my relationships with my parents, and this beautiful man that's in my life who I adore. That the way that I can actually meet everyone in my life is coming from a place of fullness, coming from a place of my own self-love, so I can meet them there and invite them and love them in the places that are juicy and hard, and like they're all of their humanness. And one of my favorite things to say, or really to say and to show up in, is I can love you there. So even if I'm saying it to myself in the mirror, or even if, you call me on the phone or text me and you're like, gosh, I'm having a hard day, I want to meet you there. I want to love you there. And that's my work in the world, is teaching people how to fully live in their FES and to meet themselves and others in their pain, to strip away the layers of codependent patterning that we're all taught, and to really just show up. One of my deep passions is to help young adults or children to cultivate healthy relationship skills. And that's a pretty vibrant and alive place for me. And something that I did want to share with everyone is a practice that I've been cultivating over the last year, and especially with Dawn's help and her sisterhood with me, is, and I invite you to just close your eyes for a moment and let your thoughts rest on yourself, on your true inner aliveness. And ask yourself, what is the most self-honoring choice that I can make now? Is that a cup of tea? Is that patting yourself on the back? Or is that giving your loved one a beautiful hug? Yeah. And then give that to yourself. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you so much, Trish. And I want to say, it's true. Trish is a true friend, definitely somebody who lives it the way we're hearing right now. And I do want to share a little bit more about how you can get more Trish in your life. Let's start by going to her website, which is embodied-happiness.com. Now make sure you get that dash in there, embodied-happiness.com. And, she gets it. The path to radical self-acceptance starts here. You know, you guys, that is self-love. Self-love at the highest level is radical self-acceptance. All those parts of ourself that, you know, we are challenged by. And she really understands. I love that picture of her. She really understands that. Isn't that just the coolest picture? So definitely go to embodied-happiness.com. But wait, there's more. And for more, I'm going to bring her partner in joy on here because they do this wonderful show every week on Thursday mornings on Facebook, 10 o'clock Pacific time. And here's a little bit about that.
Love Show is an opportunity for people who want to dive into a practice of deeper self-love and acceptance. We will take you through real situations, life issues and situations, and offer tools to show up in empathy and compassion for yourself and the world. Our show is created to help you build a stronger foundation of self-love, emotional resilience, and self-esteem.
And understand how to move through your challenges with grace and ease.
Real tools for real issues.
Learn to dissolve the barriers that we hold against ourselves and let go of what's blocking us from feeling connected to each other. In all relationships, including friends, sisters, brothers, mothers, fathers, and all love partnerships. And it starts with you.
Fully embody your soul's essence with a deeper self-love. A practice of radical self-acceptance. Self-Love Show is...
So it's one of those things, you know, rotates. You guys, that was great. That's great.
It's so cute.
It is. It's pretty doggone adorable. I'm going to go to one more place and tell us a little bit about what takes place on the Self-Love Show. And this is where people find it on Facebook. Just when you're on Facebook, and many of you are on Facebook right now watching us, just put in the search bar, The Self-Love Show. That's where you can find it. And ladies, briefly tell us what are some of your guests, what do you do?
Oh, gosh. We've had Sonia Sophia on, we've had Magic Bernstein, we've had you. We've had some amazing guests who teach us some of the most incredible tools of self-love and just deeper self-acceptance. We also have amazing guests who teach us how to relate to others in a loving way. Pass it to you.
Dawn, you're muted.
We also have had a beautiful opportunity to share deeply our own spiritual tools also, and that's been a really huge gift. So it's been a wide array of very deep, intimate conversations around all the different things that it can arise in life, right? Real life circumstances that have been very challenging for people. And it's like we not only integrate the actual real experience of what that's been for people and how to hold that, but also how can you show up in deeper self-love for what is occurring in your life and learn to transform what that deeper spiritual curriculum that's arising inside of you through the experience and how to transform it and how to hold in the loving for yourself and others, no matter what's going on, no matter what the outer circumstance is, that self-love is the answer.
Mm-hmm.
That you can always find the answers within.
Thank you. Thank you, Self-Love Show. And also remember, light touch is a wonderful way of doing self-love. I'm going to quickly add to the screen. We don't have time to chat with her. They are the light touch couple, Jan and Jay, who created Light Touch and run it. And Trish, has been very involved with it. So thank you for light touch. Thank you for self-love. And it's time for magic. So I'm turning it over to Deborah.
Yes, we get to bring Paul Draper back and experience some passion of magic of love. So Paul Draper, what do you have for us now?
Hello! Thank you for having me back on. Yeah, you can see it's a little darker in my house. That's going to make sense in just a minute. So a piece that I rarely share is that I used to be a professor of anthropology and taught social science at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Just a few months ago, I taught a class at Tulane University online on the psychology of positivity. And some of the core elements of the psychology of positivity, that new emerging field in the social science world, is the core tenets. Many of them we've talked about today. We've talked about relationships. We've talked about our emotions. I want to talk about a couple of others very quickly. Now, to do that, I'll turn off the lights here, turn off a couple of more lights. Think back if you ever saw the Disney movie Inside Out with all the emotions and the memories that were little colorful balls. You see these? They didn't used to have these when I was little. They change color. All the different LED balls right there. Some of the other ideas of how in the social science of positive psychology that we stay happy is through having focused interest, having activities that we are engaged with, and having things where we are achieving new ideas. And so something that's great during this pandemic, now there's lots of terrible things, but something that's great is this is a great opportunity to focus on your passions and interests. And that's part of self-love too, to learn how to become better at the things you've always wanted to learn, like learning a magic trick or learning juggling. I just got these balls, they're brand new. And I've been focusing on going on YouTube videos and learning all sorts of new things like that. Because a big part of love is loving ourselves in that way, and loving ourselves by finding things to be engaged with in the world and finding new ways to achieve. You know, there's an ancient proverb that says a wise man is one who sees inside of a tiny itty bitty little seed, sees a full-grown tree. The acorn doesn't despair because it's not a full-grown tree, it's an acorn. Perfect in its possibilities. It has the ability to become anything, to become enormous, to grow beyond the lifetimes of anything else around it. And so do we. We have the ability to grow and shape and change and have an impact on those around us in the world far beyond our own lives right here. And so when we look out at the world and we see scary walls, look at that scary wall. It's too high to climb over. It's too far to go around. It's too deep to dig underneath. But if we take a step back and we look within ourselves and we find a new perspective, there's always, where's my eye? There it is, a new way through. There's always a new way through, right through the center. And the way to get right through the center is to engage with the world and our passions, love ourselves and love others. Thank you so much for letting me play again today. So wonderful to see you.
That was great, Paul. Thank you so much. Wow, you actually finished quicker, so I wasn't quite ready.
Oh, I can do something else. You want me to do something else?
Sure.
Sure, I'll do something else. Here we go. Wait, hold on. I since we just had someone talking about being now a sex counselor, I think it's important to accept role play as part of that, right? We have to be creative. We have to find new ways to engage. So here we are. Hold on. Now we're suddenly in a land of pirates. Right here is a treasure map. Right here is a treasure map. Do you see the treasure map? Oh, that treasure, and X marks the spot. Now, one of the things with a treasure map is you have to go to the place to bury your treasure. But sometimes we can bury the treasure right here where we are, here and today. Take the pirate gemstones right there. And we can take that and we can find all the treasure in the world and all the things we're learning about, and we can incorporate it into ourselves. So it's all hidden within us. And that way, all the new ideas we learn, all the books we read, all the treasure that we dedicate ourselves to, anytime we need it, we can reach back into our core to find those bits of treasure that are our memories, are our truths, and are our beauty. And we can share it. Where is that heart treasure? We can share it with others.
Oh,
thanks for letting me play.
I am so glad I asked you to do something else. That was fantastic.
Yay!
Yay!
I'm doing so many of these virtual shows. I am surrounded by 2 hours worth of magic. So just because everyone else is donating, I want you to know too, though I charge for corporate shows and for kids' birthday parties and all of that at pauldraper.com, if you have a Title I school with kids below the poverty line, a homeless shelter, a woman's shelter, a children's hospital, people that are getting chemotherapy, and you want to donate my show to them, I do it for free. So I give away a free show every single day since March 20th to people in need. And so that's available too.
Paul, you're a gem, an absolute gem. God bless you. And hey, everybody, remember you can find Paul Draper. Book him for your corporate event. Look, we're all doing these Zoom things. Get him on. Put him on with your kids, birthday parties, just go to pauldraper.com.
PaulDraper.com.
We're absolutely blessed to have Paul available. Usually he's not, but with the pandemic, it's a time that we get to have access to people like Paul that we don't normally access. Thank you so much, Paul. You rock. You absolutely rock. Oh my gosh. All right. Where are we? We are at Global Peace Tribe announcements. So I'm going to bring back my partner, Deborah, who is going to share with us a couple of announcements.
So this is Global Peace Tribe Recommends, and what we do is bring you some of the incredible virtual conferences and resources that are now available during these times. So what I want to share with you is next week, the Conscious Life Expo is going to be doing a virtual conference. Now, this is Conscious Life Expo that's taking place in LA for 19 years. This is their 19th annual. I've gone every single year. It's truly my favorite conference of the world of high level spiritual, metaphysical, personal growth. And of course, they couldn't take place this year. It's usually at the Airport Hilton, right near the airport. So they have taken it online, and it's going to be a 3-day virtual event. It will have a futuristic custom 3D virtual exhibit and a multi-channeled live stream conference. And they are going to have some of their prominent speakers come and be with them on this 3-day event. You will see Stephen Greer, Linda Moulton Howe, who we had last week, who was extremely popular, Bashar through Daryl Anka, Deborah King, Maureen St. Germain, Kimberly Meredith, Billy Carson, William Henry, James Redfield, Whitley Strieber, who we had again last year, Richard Dolan, and many, many others. So you can join. It's not very expensive, and maybe you've never attended before because you live in some other side of the world. Well, now you can come and benefit from all these incredible speakers. I'm going to be posting the link in the chat room, and with everything we announce on Global Peace Tribe Recommends, we put it in our email that we send out with the replay for this show that you'll get on Monday. So you'll get all the information. So it's the Conscious Life Expo, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday coming up, the 20th, the 21st, the 19th, 20th, and 21st, all-day virtual expo. So please check it out. One of my favorite conferences in the world. And also, I want to announce that Global Coherence Pulse, who we are collaborating with next week, does their pulse right before our show, February 20th, between 12 p.m. and 1:15 p.m. And they are going to be featuring Greg Braden. The theme is Human by Design, Awakening the Power of a New Human Story. So Greg Braden, again, one of our more favorite presenters. He's always amazing. He's going to share the discoveries that catapult us beyond the conventional thinking when it comes to creating optimal states of physical, emotional, psychological, and spiritual states of health and well-being. Again, you can join. It's free. I'm going to put the link in the chat box, and it will be in our email. So 2 incredible shows to share with you. And Scott has more.
I do. Well, so go to Global Coherence Pulse during the day. And then, of course, make sure you join us that same evening for Saturday Night Live. Just want to again remind you that next week we are partnering with Global Coherence Pulse, and it's going to be a great show with Greg Braden, Elijah Ray, Dr. Teresa Bullard, Jess Magic, Cornflower, one of our favorite musicians, brought to you by Wendy Grace, a lot of other amazing people. So please make sure you join us. So, this has been kind of a Valentine's themed week. And it started on Thursday morning when Trish and Dawn did their self-love show, and they had Sonia Sophia as their guest. And then, of course, tonight is, the whole show is dedicated to self-love. But wait, there's one more big event, and this was all planned. Tomorrow, I always have my Sacred Sunday show, which is on Sunday mornings. Usually it's 10 o'clock in the morning, Pacific time. And so I've invited 3 of my favorite love coaches to join me. And we are going to do a very special free online Valentine's Day show for you. It'll be Trish, who you've seen tonight, Paul Sterling, who you're just about to meet, Jessica Osterday, and myself. And we're going to be sharing tools for how to attract greater love into your life. Now, that includes anybody who's single, how to attract the right partner. We're going to talk about that. For those of you that are in relationship, how to actually have more love in your relationship. And also not just limiting it to romantic love, but how to attract more love in a wide variety of ways. There's so many forms of love, as we heard Margot and Anand talking about earlier tonight. So please join us. That's tomorrow. And it's just going to be a really powerful, dynamic show. I'm very, very excited about it. So please join us. You can watch live on Facebook, 10 o'clock in the morning Pacific time, or you can come into our Zoom room, and we probably will take questions from some of the people coming into our Zoom room. So that's going to be pretty cool. The other thing I want to announce is that we are expanding. Saturday Night Live is now beginning to host special events, special workshops. And the first one that we're going to do kind of this nature is with, honestly, now that Ram Dass has passed away, left his body, I got to say my favorite living author who's inspired me the most is Andrew Harvey. And I adore Andrew. You're going to see him later on the show tonight. And we're doing a very special full-day event with Andrew on radical regeneration. Radical regeneration. It's going to be on Sunday, March 14th. And this is one of the reasons why it's really important for you to register, because when we email you the Zoom link with the replay of the show, we also will let you know how you can participate in some of our upcoming events, like what we've got happening with Andrew. And just to tell you a little bit about what we're going to be doing on March 14th with Andrew is Andrew. Here's a 1-minute pre-recorded message that Andrew did with me last week to tell you about his workshop.
My name is Andrew Harvey, and on March the 14th, I will be presenting with Scott and his crew a fabulous day dedicated to the new book that I've written with Carolyn Baker called Radical Regeneration. In the morning, for 2 hours, I will lay out the radical vision that is exposed in that book of the great death that's happening in our global dark night and the extraordinary promise of birth that it holds. I believe that the dark night that we are in is the birth canal of a new embodied divine humanity. And I will lay out that belief in precise ways that will both warn you and galvanize you. Then in the afternoon, I will offer the vision that I have of radical intimacy with all things and the challenge to be noble in our time, and offer practices that can sustain both that level of intimacy with all things and strengthen that nobility that leads us forward into becoming sacred activists and birthers and warrior midwives of a new world.
He is such an amazing man.
That's 1 minute, isn't it?
You know what? I didn't time that one. Whoops. I forgot that I have a little bit of him and I chatting afterwards. You know, Andrew literally coined the phrase sacred activism, and he wrote the book on sacred activism. And we're going to close our show tonight with his message on self-love. We've still got Paul Sterling and a musical journey with Johanna Beekman ahead of us. And then we're going to close out with Andrew on self-love. So, but definitely join us on March 14th. It's going to be a really, really special show. And so with that, let's see, I'm looking now at I get to introduce Paul Sterling. So this is somebody who's been a very good friend of mine for a long time. And he's now my roommate. Paul moved into the house a little while back. And he is the author of this best-selling book, Argue Less, Love More. I wanted to make sure I got that right. And Paul teaches online. He does webinars every Thursday and every Sunday through Love Coach Academy. You can watch it. And he is a brilliant speaker. And, because he's my friend, my very dear friend, and now my roommate, he really loves this. I mean, all day long, if Paul's not teaching, and he's teaching all day long and coaching, because he has a very thriving practice. But when he's not coaching or teaching, he's listening to speakers, Alison Armstrong and different speakers, learning, absorbing. He's really got that incredible humility of always willing to learn, even from me sometimes. So anyway, I asked Paul to kind of wrap up, he's, God bless him, been watching the whole show, to kind of give us kind of that final overview on self-love. So thank you, Paul. Take it away.
Thank you, Scott. And what I want to do is have people draw a triangle in their brain here. So normally I would do it, write it out. And the thing is, relationships are more complicated than we want them to be, but they're simpler than we think they are because we haven't had a map. And people like Margot, Anand, and KamalaDevi, and all these other people, Marshall Rosenberg, they've drawn a map for us. And so what I want you to think about is these three parts to the map: availability, capability, and willingness. And that's what's been happening tonight. People are teaching us about availability, capability, and willingness. So I'm going to dive into a little bit of that, is intimacy with others and intimacy with self. And people get that term sort of confused. They think intimacy is about safety and comfort, and intimacy is about risk and courage. It's almost the opposite. To be intimate, to allow somebody to see into me, I have to be willing to risk that they might not like me, they might not approve of me. There's all these different things that could go on, and to be vulnerable anyway. And there's physical intimacy, emotional intimacy, and sexual intimacy. And it's having those abilities to be with. A lot of the speakers tonight have talked about being with pain or discomfort without running away. So if I want to be intimate with another person, I can be with their pleasure, their passion, or their pain. If I want to be with myself, can I be with my emotions without running for drugs or alcohol or porn or internet? How much can I be with myself? So intimacy is one of them. The second one is about trust. And when I talk about trust, there's three areas: agreements, boundaries, and good intentions. So when I'm with a partner, do they keep their agreements? Do they have a respect for my boundaries? Do they have my back? See, that's what we mostly focus on. But tonight is about self-love. And what's different about self-love is, do I trust myself in a relationship with you, whoever you are? Do I trust myself in a relationship with my partner? Will I keep my agreements with myself, or do I break my agreements to be with you? Do I disrespect my boundaries to be with you? And do I stop having good intentions? This is where, to me, codependence comes in, is when I've done all of those things. I've broken my agreements with myself. I've stepped over my own boundaries. I haven't kept my good intention to myself. And that's the part of coming back to loving myself. Can I do all those things? And the third one is communication. And I love what Dr. Brenda said about being of service. For 8.5 years, I went into prison and worked with minimum to maximum security inmates, men's side, women's side. And I was teaching them how to communicate with others and how to communicate with themselves. And one of the inmates, it's with maximum security, second day, he's walking out and he stops and he starts backing up. And I'm a little nervous, it's interesting. It's an intense group. And he gets right up to me and he looks at me and goes, "Paul, if I had learned this stuff in high school, I wouldn't have spent 20 years in prison. If I had learned this stuff in high school, I wouldn't have spent 20 years in prison. And it's the stuff, and like I say that, and it just touches my heart. And it's this learning how to communicate with others and how to communicate with ourselves. And that's the thing that was so powerful about the work of Dr. Marshall Rosenberg. I fell in love with myself by understanding nonviolent communication. And that was when I was probably 40 years old or something. It was like, it was a long journey to get there, because most of my upbringing, I wanted to be my older brother. He was a guy who raced cars and had women and did all the rest of it. And it was kind of odd that the end of that story is my older brother didn't even want to be my older brother. He ended up killing himself. He had what looked like success, but he didn't have self-love. If you want to be happy, well, if you want to be successful, you learn how to communicate with others. If you want to be happy, you learn how to communicate with yourself. And so before I wrap it up, I want to talk about 3 different languages that we speak that most people don't think about. There's the head, the heart, the hurt. We speak from our head, which tends to be more masculine. It's facts, figures, logic, reason, who did what. Knowledge is key. Then we speak from the heart. When we speak from the heart, it's all about emotions, feelings, needs, requests. And in this language, vulnerability is key. So from the head, knowledge is key. From the heart, vulnerability is key. And when we're in our hurt, so you put your hand on the back of your neck, that's your reptile brain. When we're in our reptile brain, what we're only worried about is safety. Who's the enemy? Who's the ally? And how can I calm down? Because if I don't know how to get back into my heart, I'm going to see my partner, I'm going to see the world as the enemy allies. There's very limited vision when I'm in my reptile brain. What's safety? What's security? So part of what this whole process is about, what I love about Scott and this whole program, is learning how to transform your relationships with yourself, with others, with spirituality, whatever you consider that, you know. And I spend most of my days working with couples, because a month of COVID is like, you know, in dog years, 1 person year is 7 dog years. Well, 1 month of COVID, people are spending more time together than they normally spend in 1 or 2 years together. So the important thing here is to get yourself a coach, get yourself training, get yourself support. Like if you're going to be a great athlete, you don't think about doing it by yourself. You get a mentor. You're going to be a great piano player, great artist. Get yourself a mentor and get help going through these challenging times so you come out better than ever. And I so appreciate Scott and Deborah. I set my alarm so I didn't talk too long, and now it's making all sorts of Well, there you go, Scott. That's my
subtle as a fire engine there. You know, Paul, I do want to point out a few more things. You know what, let me put the spotlight on both of us here. I want people to know where they can go to get more Paul Sterling. I'm going to show you 2 places. One is his website, which is the name of his book, arguelesslovemore.net, arguelesslovemore.net. And that's where you can get a lot of information about Paul. He's an amazing coach. I mean, really, really, really top level coach. And I'm going to bring Trish back on for a moment, because there's another wonderful way that you can meet Trish or Paul, and that is by going to the Love Coach Academy website. And here's what you do. They are both senior master love coaches in Love Coach Academy. And if you go to our website, lovecoachacademy.com, see right here, the first little thing, there's a quiz, a little one, it takes about a minute to fill this out. And basically you answer some questions so we can figure out what's going on. What are you needing help with? You answer these questions, and it's really fast to do that. And it comes back to us. And then you're going to hear from Trish or from Paul or from myself. This is a wonderful way. And what happens is when you hear from us, we kind of know what you're looking for, and we're offering a free 15 to 20 minute, and frankly, it's going to be pretty much Paul or Trish, unless you're interested in becoming a love coach, then you talk to me. So listen, free opportunity to connect with them. They're both brilliant. That's why I wanted to bring them onto the show. And I love and respect you both so very much. So there you have it.
Scott, one last thing is that if they go to the arguelesslovemore.net and put in /free book, if they go to Amazon, it costs $19.97, and it's worth it to have it in your hand. But they can go and get a free copy for the people from this program. So thank you.
Fantastic. All right. So go to arguelesslovemore.net and you get your free book. That's pretty cool. Thank you, you guys. I love you both so much.
Thank you, Scott.
All right. We are in the home stretch. And I appreciate, we are running late, but I asked Johanna Oneheart to kind of just like wrap us up in a musical experience. I had the blessing of having her on my Secret Sunday show recently, and she took our audience on a beautiful musical meditative journey. And when that happened, it was like, oh, okay, I'd love for her to conclude the self-love show with a combination of her unique music and meditative. And so I want to invite everybody. We still have well over 200 people in our Zoom room, hundreds, if not thousands, on Facebook watching. And those of you, even if you're watching the video replay, and about 30 to 40% of the people that watch this show watch a recording of it, still drop on in. Let's all go on a journey with Johanna Oneheart. And are you about ready there, Johanna?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. Take it away.
Beautiful. Let's all just take a deep breath in. And long, slow exhale. Letting go. Inhale, receiving the love that you are. Light. And long, slow exhale, letting go of anything that's not serving that highest good, that love. Capital S, self. Your spirit guide that lives within. Let's all join in the sacred sound of Om, the primordial sound of creation and all living things, interconnected nature. From the heart space, deep breath in. And one more. For all love. That we're all connected, that we're never alone, that we're loved and held by that internal nurturing essence, that we are the Ma energy that can encompass us. Whatever body we landed in on this time around, the mother is within us all. Welcome. Holding a space for that inner child to heal all wounds and find its love inside. the light that always lives inside. This is a song called The Light Inside. Thank you, Jacob, for joining. Thanks, Scott and Deborah, and this beautiful love tribe for connecting us on this Saturday night. You are the sun. You are the moon. You are the universe inside when you come home to you. You are the light inside. You can't help but shine through the darkness. You are divine. Every breath you breathe in light, receiving the light with every breath. Every breath you breathe in light. We are the love that we seek, the light that we seek. Pavan Guru, Pavan is like prana in the Sikh tradition. Let's breathe in the light, breathe in the love. Exhale anything that's not serving that light. Let your breath be your guide. Pavana, 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 para, para. Pavan Guru, Pavan Guru, Wahe Guru, Wahe Guru, Pavan Guru. Breath is your guide, is your sage, is your knowledge. Breath, breathe in light. Breath is your guide, is your sage, is your knowledge. Breath. You are safe, you are whole. You are love beyond words. You're so powerful. Heart open wide. Universe lives inside you. Child, come on home. Come home to the light. Though there is darkness, there is light. Though you are human, you are divine. Though there are shadows inside, every breath you breathe in light. Every breath you breathe in love. Yeah, every breath we breathe in love. always inside, that love that's always within. Anytime we search outside, it's right there. Just take a breath. Find it. Every breath, there's light. This heart is open wide, and the whole universe lives inside. This heart is open wide, and the whole universe lives inside. This heart is open, heart is open. This heart is open, heart is open wide. So breathe. Sing it with me. The whole universe lives inside. This heart is open wide, and the whole universe lives inside. This heart is open, heart is open wide. So breathe. Just breathe. May we find the greatest love of all, the love of self. If you loved this journey, I could do another, or we'll just see you at another show. And if you'd like to take a journey with some movement, I have a trademarked brand of yoga. It's called Lullaby Yoga. And I'm going to be launching a series pretty soon on my website, johannasings.com. You can have some evergreen content and lots of love on there. And also there's evergreen content on Nam Yoga Los Angeles, New York, and that you can check out. And there's dozens of classes, self-soothing for uncertain times, free your soul's voice, and just check out so many offerings. Help Us Love, pre-save it now. I'll put it back in the chat here. It is coming out tonight. Tomorrow morning, you can listen to that song and tune in with me, info@johannasings.com, if you'd like to come and open up your voice and find your true essence and soul's song. Every other Tuesday at noon, I offer One Heart TV on Spirituality Gone Wild. Next Tuesday, it will be Krishna Das on the 16th. And join us on the 21st for our festival. Oh my, I look so busy now that I'm looking at my website.
Johanna, it's amazing. I mean, really, you are doing so many amazing, wonderful things. everything from lullaby yoga to working with Krishna Das. And, while we're on her website, this mantra sangha, it is so gorgeous. It is such an achievement that you created, really, just with so many amazing people from all over the world woven together. It's exquisite. It's really exquisite. And there it is. We just saw, I'm going to go back to it for a moment. That's what's coming out tomorrow with Mikey Pucker and Johanna. So pre-save link, there it is. So
help us
Johanna.
love. Help us love. And yeah, the Mantra Sangha official music video there, I'm actually working on a Divine Feminine Unity song encompassing lots of females from all over the world. And so we'll tune in when it's getting close to done. But I've played the song for you before because I'm so excited.
Oh, it's so gorgeous. It is so gorgeous.
Yeah. Well,
and,
thanks, Scott, for having me.
Oh, well, my God, thank you. I'm going to go one more time to just really remind you. And I definitely will support this. So, Johanna, we should talk because I'll restream this out to all my people. So a week from tomorrow, Sunday, February 21st, 12 noon to 8 p.m. I mean, this is going to be an incredible event.
Yeah.
Really incredible. So I definitely want to support it.
Yeah, we'll kick it off with some yoga and an opening ceremony, and we have Nina Rao, Krishna Das, Gina Salah, Ben Leinbach, Kamini Natarajan, I mean, on and on. So many amazing devotees of self-love, the bhakti path of the heart. So join us.
Thank you, Johanna. And tell us one more time who that gentleman in the back is who provided such lovely support.
Jacob Jones, he's got magic bass hands there. So join us for a live stream soon. Every second Sunday, I believe, we go live from Johanna One Heart on my Facebook. And it goes to YouTube, and just keep in touch. I'll see you soon. Love you, family.
Love you. Thank you, Johanna. Thank you very much. All right.
Here's that Spotify download link in the chat right now for everybody.
All right, so let's all do that. Let's all go there and reserve it. I'm certainly going to do that. Well, I got so lost in her music that her harmonies are just so exquisite. I want to acknowledge Dr. Brenda Wade is still with us. I'm gonna, she didn't plan on this, but Dr. Wade, you're still with us. God bless you. I see you moving and grooving to the music. And
it's beautiful. Oh, that music was enchanting. And it really just, I completely let go and I could feel myself flowing. I felt like I was in a waterfall and a river of light and love. Just beautiful, beautiful. All the energy that you've brought together, Scott and Deborah. Just lovely.
Welcome to the Saturday Night Alive tribe, the Global Peace Tribe. And I'm just really appreciating you, Dr. Brenda, and that you're still with us. It's really cool.
I'm enjoying every moment.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm probably proud of, I'm proud of a lot actually with this show, but people like Matt Kahn and Lynn Twist have said, oh, Scott, I watch your show even when I'm not a guest on it, And that really is cool. It's really, really cool. All right. Well, we have one last experience for all of you. And it's a pre-recorded video I did with Andrew Harvey. And I'm really proud to say that I can now call him my friend. He and I have really developed a lovely connection. He's a very amazing man. If any of you don't know who Andrew Harvey is, his father was the British ambassador to India. And so Andrew grew up in India in this interesting contrast. His father's the British ambassador, right? So you're talking very high level, aristocratic British reality. Just shortly after, not that long after Britain had given control over to India. So Andrew had the aristocratic side, but he also fell in love with the Hindu people and the people around his home who took care of him and fed him and did all the more human tasks. And it started Andrew on this journey of discovery of all cultures. He went on to become, graduated from Oxford with incredible honors, and has studied and learned many, many languages. He has written 45 books. He's collaborated with people like the Dalai Lama, and has been just fascinated with the world's religions. One of my favorite books that he did is called A Walk with Four Guides. And it's Jesus, Ramana Maharshi, Krishna, and the Buddha. And he weaves the commonality of each of their teachings. He also did one of the actual literal translations of the Gospel according to Thomas. You know, in 1947, they found the actual real books in the Bible that had not been tampered by the church, and that included a lot of the Gospels that had not been included in the Bible, including the Gospel according to Thomas. And what's interesting about the Gospel of Thomas is it's not storytelling, it's just quotes from Jesus. And it paints a picture of who Jesus really was. That's pretty different from what a lot of us were led to believe. Still very much about love, but a very radical view, and very much about what this show's been about. And I learned that by reading Andrew's Gospel of Thomas. So this is an extraordinary man who has a knowledge of the spiritual traditions of our world in a remarkable way. So anything he has to say, I'm like, yes. So I asked him, Andrew, we're doing this show on self-love. Would you be willing to share something? And of course, I know it's late, but I really want to encourage you, because this is a download. This is a download from a master, and it's extraordinary wisdom. It's 9 minutes and 51 seconds. So I appreciate that Johanna kind of drop in, and now receive this medicine from Andrew Harvey. I'm very grateful that Andrew Harvey is going to be doing a lot of work with us. This workshop we're going to be doing together with Andrew on Sunday, March 14th. And Andrew, tell us your perspective about the greatest love of all.
The greatest love of all is, of course, divine love. But what you will discover as you take a deeper and deeper journey into divine love is how much you are loved and how deeply you are invited to exercise the first equal greatest love, which is self-love. If you are, as you are, the beloved of the beloved, infinitely cherished, infinitely loved by the creator of all of the universes, then it is surely time that you and I take that to heart and cherish our minds, cherish our hearts, nourish our bodies, and nourish deeply the sacred energies within us that keep us alive, vibrant, joyful, passionate to stand up for love and justice in this burning world and in this growing global dark night. What I have learned on my journey is this: self-love is best understood as love of yourself, capital S. But when you realize that, you realize the truth of what is proclaimed in the Isha Upanishad, my favorite of all of the Upanishads, which is that the self is both transcendent and immanent. So your mind, your heart, your soul, your body are the instruments of your capital S self, which you are challenged to protect and nourish with all the skill, all the wisdom, all the sweetness, all the tenderness, all the true deep understanding of inner and outer health that you can possibly imagine. Because if you are as you are, the transcendent and immanent self, if you're not looking after your immanent self, you're not being the greatest possible instrument of your transcendent self that you are called to be. That's the eternal truth. And the truth that is directly relevant to our times is this. And I know you know this, because I know you've just lived through 4 terrible, grueling years. And I know that you are living through lockdown during the coronavirus. So you are now in the best possible place to really understand that the road ahead is long. The road ahead is grueling. The road ahead is dangerous. The road ahead is violent and difficult beyond anything that we have ever faced before. And I'm not saying this to scare you, because I'm sure many of you have already awoken to this. I'm saying this to inspire you on this day of self-care to realize one absolutely essential thing, and I'm wagging my finger because I care about it so much, that your job now is to turn up as a lover of God who loves God enough to let God's love show you how much you are loved, so you start loving yourself so that you can pace yourself, so that you can breathe in peace and joy and beauty, so that you can become strong enough to be able, through radical self-care of your outer body and your inner being, to turn up as living, joyful, sacred activists in whatever now we are challenged to meet with the fullness of our whole human divine selves. You know the truth of what I'm saying. So let's all get with the Radiant program. God bless you.
Thank you so much. And I just want to ask real quickly, tell us a little bit, because 2 wonderful ways to cultivate self-love are these programs that you're doing. So tell us about February 17th, and then the workshop that we're hosting with you on the 14th of March.
Thank you so much. I have unrolled a prayer journey between February the 17th and Easter to cover the period of Lent, but I'm drawing the prayers from all of the universal traditions. So this isn't just for Christians. Why should they have all the fun? This program is, I believe, the deepest kind of inner self-care, because there's nothing more nourishing, nothing more galvanizing and energizing, nothing that connects you more nakedly and directly to the divine without and the divine within than prayer. And I promise you that if you take this carefully and wildly and juicily and madly, intelligently calibrated journey, you will have not only access to a deeper joy and a deeper peace than you may be feeling at this moment, but you'll be stirred to rise in your humble majesty, to play a part in the radical regeneration of our world. And that is the deepest self-care of all, because, as all of you know, caring for yourself means that you can care for other selves with renewed vigor and passion. And then on March the 24th,
March 14th.
Oh, March 14th. Oh my God, all dates swim in this madness. On March the 14th, I'm going to be doing a transmission in the morning and in the evening, on the afternoon rather, on radical regeneration. And in the morning, I'm going to lay out the vision of this new book that is my map to our time with Carolyn Baker. And in the afternoon, I'm going to really concentrate on 2 essential forms of self-care. What I call intimacy, following what Durgan, the great Zen Buddhist, said, enlightenment is intimacy. Intimacy with your realization of the transcendent, intimacy with your body in tender self-care, intimacy with all beings in caring for the selves of all beings, and intimacy with your caring responsibilities from your divine self to all the other selves that are just faces of that divine self. And then I'll be concentrating after intimacy on the second most important word for self-care, which is nobility. Because when you recognize yourself as the beloved of the beloved, it is, of course, an astounding and gorgeous and amazing experience which forever changes you. But it comes with responsibilities. It comes with responsibilities to turn up as the beloved of the beloved. The beloved of the beloved isn't some weak, passive, needy, narcissistic, crazy person. The beloved of the beloved is the noble, transcendent, and immanent human divine. And when you see who you really are and know who you really are, a vision is given you of how the deepest self-care is actually rising to the fullness of your essential nobility and acting out that nobility in acts of love and compassion and harmony and justice, fearlessly and without stinting your energies. And it might seem strange to say to you that that's the highest form of self-care. But if you go for it and if you try it, you realize that the divine will give you all you need and more and flood you with the passion and the gorgeous energy of its forever radiant truth. And what greater and holier and more powerful and more amazing self-care could there be than that? So please join me in these wild and holy adventures and just see what happens. As a great friend of mine the other day, who's been very resistant to everything I've been saying for many years, said, and forgive me using these words, this shit works. It does.
God bless you, Andrew. I'm so grateful for your time and really looking forward to 40 days of prayer. And of course, our special workshop we're doing exclusively with you on March 14th.
I look forward to it with all my heart.
I mean, is this guy not just incredible? He is just so, yeah, even my dog is excited about Andrew Harvey. I really just, he's such a treasure. And so when we decided, okay, we're going to start doing, larger events where some of our favorite speakers can come on and really go in greater depth, we wanted to start with Andrew Harvey. So put that aside, March 14th, it's a Sunday from Pacific time, 9:30 to 11:30. Then we'll take a lunch break and then 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And hopefully this is going to be just the start of bringing some of these amazing people like Dr. Brenda Wade. Wouldn't you like to spend a few hours with her? Now, I know you can next Saturday, so a reminder, she's got a wonderful thing happening next Saturday for, I think it was for 3 hours. So definitely.
Your doggy's going to be joining us.
Yeah, all right. All right, I got to bring him on. Oh, here we go.
Oh, so cute.
Oh my God. Yeah, okay. All right. Okay.
No, those are enthusiastic kisses.
He's been very, very patient. Both, I've got two. There's another one down here too.
Yeah.
And patiently waiting for a W-A-L-K. I can't.
Yes.
Oh, there's your, all right, hang on. I put the spotlight on you as well.
Say hello.
Now who's, okay, all right. Who's that?
This is Nainoe.
Nainoe. What a face.
Yes.
What a fantastic.
Very upset I've been neglecting him.
Yeah, all right. I've got to throw the ball for mine. Okay, just do it. Okay. I also want to, I'm going to bring on real quickly, Jerry Anderson has been watching us this whole time. And you remember Jerry, he's the abbot of Mystic Monastery. He was on our show as a sponsor and a presenter a couple weeks ago. Hey, how you doing, Jerry? You're muted. You're muted, Jerry. Oh. So you gotta.
What a great show tonight has been, and I've enjoyed so much the intimacy described from so different ways tonight, as being the vulnerable, being honest, being totally open, and to the point of almost being like so vulnerable to be open to that level. And I really enjoy the demonstration of Andrew Harvey. He is such a great mystic. Recently, one of my monks said to me, "How would you know the maturity of a spiritual person?" And I, without hesitation, I said 2 ways. One is how grateful the person is, and second, their maturity of their prayers. And his direction into nobility and so forth is exactly what the monastery is about, because each person, as they find their true identity as oneness, has to feel noble.
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Jerry, for being such a wonderful new member. Well, not that new. You've been watching our show, but we became aware of you a few months ago. And it's really wonderful to have you with us. And thank you for watching all the way through. And unbelievable, we still got 171 people in our Zoom room and many, 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 many more watching on Facebook. But I got to make myself some dinner. So the monastery is in Puerto Rico. And if you're interested, definitely go back and watch our show from, hang on, it was a show we did a few weeks ago.
January 26th.
January 26th. No, January 23rd.
Sure.
Yeah, January 23rd. Go back and watch our January 23rd. You'll learn all about Mystic Monastery. And also let's Jerry, put right now into the chat box a little bit of information about the Mystic Monastery, because it's an amazing community that we're helping to build. And I'm seeing all the wonderful comments. Thank you, everybody, for still being with us. And, in our final minute or two, I'd love any comments you want to add, highlights of the show for you, what self-love means to you. Karen, I'm glad to see that you want to do the Andrew Harvey work. And we will be sending out the link for registration. It'll probably go out on Monday, along with the replay of this broadcast. So it's really important that all of you, well, if you're in our Zoom room, we've got your email address. So yeah, that'll do the trick. All right. Thank you, Dr. Wade, for being with us all the way through. And
Such an honor. Thank you. It was a wonderful show.
Yeah, you definitely fit right
Dare
in.
I say magical?
Totally. Paul Draper was such a sweetheart. He cut his act short because he knew we were running late. And it's like, no, go ahead, Paul. We want the whole experience. So
right.
Anyway, thank you, Dr. Brenda. Great to meet you. Thank you, everybody, for watching. What can I say? It's been a very special show. And do join us tomorrow morning. You know what? That's the last thing I'll kind of conclude with. Is just a reminder, bring it back up. Tomorrow morning, I've got 4 amazing love coaches, myself, and then you met Paul tonight, you met Trish tonight. Jessica is equally just a delight. And while we were doing the show tonight, one of our favorite musicians, Pollyanna Bush, texted me and said, "Hey, Scott, can I join you tomorrow and play some music?" So Pollyanna is going to join our Sacred Sunday show tomorrow morning and kick us off with some beautiful music. So join us tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock Pacific time. Watch live on Facebook or go to the Zoom room. And as soon as we hang up, I'll post on my Facebook page that poster and the Zoom room ID if you want to come in and join us in the Zoom room tomorrow. And Ayala writes, when you discover yourself to be the beloved of the beloved. Ah, that's a great quote, isn't that? That's a really great quote. Thank you, Ayala. And the line of, okay, George asks a great question. I know, I've got to go make dinner, but it's a good question. George asks, what's the line of distinction between narcissism and self-love of the great self? I've worked a lot with narcissists. I've had to study about it. And, you know, it's one thing when you break up with your boyfriend to say he's such a narcissist. Okay, there's that. And that's just being judgmental. People that suffer from narcissistic personality disorder are absolutely lacking in self-love. If you take a look at somebody who actually suffers from that disease, and it's an actual disease, it's an actual psychological trauma, usually what happened is they didn't receive empathy at some key moment in their life. And they sadly, because they were just a child or they were young, made the decision, who I really am is not good enough to be loved. I'm not good enough to be loved. And so they then create a persona that, okay, if I create this charismatic persona, that's what will get the love. And so people who suffer from narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, almost always create a persona that's very charismatic to get loved. But the tragedy of that is that who they really are, they can't reveal because they're terrified if you really knew who I really was, you won't love me. And then it becomes all about keeping that persona well-loved and keeping it up on the pedestal. And so it becomes narcissistic because they only are interested in promoting themselves because that's the only way they're going to get their needs met. It's actually really, really sad, really sad. And the ironic thing is that we're so quick to judge, but the people that really suffer from that are lacking in self-love. Now, the flip side is that when somebody really has healthy self-esteem, healthy self-love, they want to listen to other people. They want to give empathy because it's coming from an overflow of love. And so someone like a Dr. Brenda, who clearly has good self-esteem, can then give lots of love. Believe me, when we really love ourselves, we want to contribute to the well-being of others. We want to be of service because that's what feels really, really good. It's when we're so lacking in self-love, genuine self-esteem, that we're just grasping. And it's like the black hole of Calcutta. No matter how much we get, it just pours right out. I love the idea of a vessel. A vase doesn't have a hole in the bottom, so you can pour water in the vase. If you pour lots of water, it overflows. That's the way we want it to be. But if there's a hole in the vase, no matter how much water you pour in, it just pours right out of the vase. So we want to build that foundation to catch and receive through gratitude, love for my mother or my father or Mother Nature or my dogs or my cat, wherever it can come from, to appreciate and be in gratitude and build our self-esteem. And then we have the overflow to give to others. So I couldn't resist. That is one of my favorite questions. And it was a great question. Thank you. So with that, Connie Baxter, thank you. Okay, a quote from Connie, because she's one of my favorite people. We bring in relationships to show us our light and our shadow, the parts of ourselves we love and the parts we don't love yet. Beautifully put, Connie. That's absolutely true. All right, it's 10 o'clock. I need to get some dinner. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. It was a beautiful, beautiful show. Share this out with people. Put this on your timeline. Share it on Facebook. Share it with your friends. Email it out. It was a really magical show, and I'm really happy to have shared it with you. Hope to see you all tomorrow morning. Good night, everybody.